Microphone 1. Microphone 1. Microphone 1. Hello, good morning everybody. This is John on number 1. Here's number 2 with Peter.
Good morning, this is number 2 with Peter. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Yes, one second. Hello, 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 hello. Did you hear that, Peter? Use number 3 for you and number 2 for the guest. So you probably want to swap these over. Yeah.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Future is electric.
The future is electric. No, it's not.
So what? Soul will remain forever.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Imola for day 2 of historic racing by Peter Auto and the Imola Festival. And the Sunday here has dawned bright and clear from 5:30 this morning. The sun has been out, beating down on the circuit here. Track temperature already climbing up beyond the mid-20s. We peaked at 43 Celsius yesterday for the track temperature and ran about 28 to 30 in the air. Right now, at just on 9 o'clock, it's already 23 degrees. The forecast is set fair, and we kick things off this morning with one of my very favourite grids that we're going to see, and that's the Classic Touring Car Challenge. For so many of our events, this is dominated by Ford, but we're in Italy, so the bulk of the grid are Alfa Romeos, the Giulia Sprint GTAs from the mid-60s, all of these cars from the early to mid-60s, and I think we've got one from a little bit earlier, which is the Corvette C1, the Phase 2 car from 1960, but everybody else is sitting at the mid-60s. It's Joe Bradley, Me, John Hindhaugh, and alongside me, Peter Mackay. Good morning, Peter. We've been looking forward to this one. We walked in through the paddock for these cars this morning, and a lovely 15-car grid led by John Spears and Kyle Tilley on the front wheel with a Ford Mustang and a Cortina, a Lotus Cortina from 1965.
Yeah, it's all blue oval on the front row of the grid, but as you rightly say, I think here in Italy, the mostly red Italian cars, the beautiful Alfa Giulia Sprint GTAs, they're going to really make it difficult for the Cortina and indeed the Mustang. On this rolling start, though, I think the Mustang's got the gallop.
Phil Muller-Check right at the back in the 289 cubic inch Mustang from 1965. That's the orange car with the blue stripe. Our safety car is in the pit lane. We've lined up 2 by 2. There's a Mini in there as well. They would have been hoping for wet weather. The Mini Cooper S1275cc, Samuel Nabili. As we go green for our first race of the day. Good morning if you are just joining us, wherever you are in the world. Just after 9 o'clock in the morning at the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Dino Ferrari. And just revel in the sounds of those engines. The little twin cam 4-cylinder from the Alfa. And of course the more sonorous note of the big Ford at the front, with John Spears having pulled away in that blue Mustang in what has to be said, Peter, are absolutely perfect conditions after the absolute dousing we had yesterday.
Yeah, we had mostly good conditions until the last race yesterday, unfortunately, where we had a huge downpour, which unfortunately put paid to that race prematurely, sadly, but completely opposite conditions today. Beautiful sunshine, and I think at this early part of the day, it's just 9 o'clock local time. I think this is ideal conditions for these classic touring cars. And at the front of the field, the battle between the Ford Mustang of John Spears and Kyle Tilley is a really intriguing one, and really playing out what we would have seen in the 1960s, where the Mustangs gallop away on the straights, and then the lightweight Cortina Lotus really good through the corners and under braking as well.
Yeah, reliving the British Saloon Car Championships of that kind of era that I remember seeing, with the big American cars that came over, the huge V8 engines from what we were used to. And as you see, different strokes for different folks, as it were. Oh, isn't that glorious, that Mustang, as it comes through the newly renamed Variante Grissini after Fausto Grissini. This was a motorcycle track first, of course, and Fausto Grissini sadly departing, what, a couple of years ago now, isn't it?
5 years ago he passed away.
Is it 5 years ago?
Yeah.
During COVID? Yes, of course it was.
He passed away from COVID.
Yeah,
very sad. But it's really nice that he's honoured here on this great motorcycle racing circuit and historic circuit too, as now John Spears gets to open up the V8 of the Ford Mustang galloping down. We call it, we say the front straight, but there's nothing straight about it. There's it just sort of gently curves all the way down, as Kyle Tilley giving chase in the Era Motorsport Lotus Cortina. Era Motorsport running several different cars here this weekend across the various classes.
Yeah, Kyle will be on a plane back to the US. It's Road America for IMSA coming up, and be with the contemporary part of the Era Motorsport team at America's National Park of Speed. We'll have coverage of that, of course, on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. But this is a little bit of a change of pace for us here at Radio Show Limited at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch. And this is a 1 hour race with a pit stop, a mandatory pit stop. There will be driver changes for some of the cars, but not all of them, Peter. But everybody still has to do a pit stop.
That's right, yeah. And there's a minimum pit stop time, so the time in your pit box of 2 minutes. Now that is the base time. If you have a elite driver, there is additional time you've got to serve. The idea being that it evens the competition out, because in one of the cars, it's one of the Alphas. It was a late change actually. Frank Stippler is in one of the Alphas now. Frank is very much a professional driver still races at the top level at the Nürburgring 24-hour. He's the number 22 car. Yes, a multiple-time race winner. He's sharing with Francois Rivas, so they'll have to serve a longer pit stop than drivers that aren't classed as elite drivers. So that's something we have to keep a watch on, but we'll keep abreast of it as the race progresses. What is the collective noun for Julia Sprint GTAs? Well, it's glorious, whatever it is. Huge train of Alfa Romeos. We've even got an all Alfa Romeo race with the Alfa Revival Cup, which actually closes off our coverage.
That's an invitation.
Yeah. It is, yeah. It's a special guest event.
Whoa, look at that axle tramp.
Oh dear. Yeah. Problem for the number 43, rear right wheel just wobbling all over the shop there.
I think that was just him getting on the power and the suspension not being able to take it. It didn't look great. The little bright yellow car, I left my phone in the tyre car this morning, so I had to walk back down the paddock, which was no chore whatsoever, to be honest. And they were just fueling up that bright yellow car.
That's Christian Oldendorf, number 70, this is what I love about Peter Otto. He's doing at least 2 races, so he's here in this Alfa Giulia Sprint GTA, very lightweight, 1.6 litre, 5-speed gearbox, all analog, and then shortly he'll be jumping into an Aston Martin DBR9 GT1 car. Talk about 2 different cassettes to put in your brain. Yeah,
that's a different USB, isn't it? That really is. So this all Alpha battle is for 3rd on down, with Francois Rivas, Mark Drain, Alexander Wittweiger, Christian Oldendorf, Rory Jack, Christian Albrecht, Carlo Vogler, and then the next Mustang. Now, Phil Mullerchek started at the back in that orange Mustang, and he's already coming through those Alphas. Didn't have the best of qualifying yesterday, Peter, but he's making up for it now in that bright orange, opal fruit-coloured Mustang with the blue racing stripes. Actually, I'm quite taken by that colourway. It's rather good.
It's I think it's quite a raceable car as well, because you can make a lot of passes on the straights, because Imola is notoriously difficult to overtake. So if you've got good straight line speed, that makes it so much easier to make your way through the field. Also, Christian Albrecht is in there as well, car number 140. He won the Endurance Racing Legends 1 race yesterday in an ex-Dyson Racing Lola, and he's actually, just looking at our timetable, it's the very next race. So they're going to literally jump out of the Alpha and straight into, in the case of Christian Albrecht, into an LMP2 prototype, and in the case of Christian, into a GT1 car. So it's remarkable, but this is the variety that we have here in the Peter Otto package. Is car number 33, Patrick and Roderick Jack. It was Roderick Jack chopping the wheel back and forth as he comes down into Rivazza and goes a little bit wide, very wide actually, whoops, on the exit of Rivazza and puts a wheel on the gravel, but manages to hold it together. But here comes the number 140, Christian Albrecht, going to make a move on the 43 of Alex Rittweger for 6th position.
And that is now, if you will, 3rd in the Alpha class. If you're enjoying this, we have got an Alpha race later on, which you'll see an awful lot of these cars, plus the wide-bodied variant as well. There's a big sideways moment, and I can't decide whether that was tyre sidewall or damper or a bit of both.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be good for the car in the long run if it keeps doing that. I don't suspect for Alex Rittweger, who's again very busy with many drivers in the Peter Otto package. Oh, a bit of contact there between the 43 of Rittweger and the 140 of Christian Albrecht, rubbing fenders as they head up towards Tosa. And the 43 there of Alex Rittweger having to go on the defensive going into the Tosa hairpin. Holding on for now. So 4 Alphas being chased down by the big Ford Mustang. The other Ford Mustang at the moment, 6.5 seconds in the lead at the moment. So John Spears is very much pulled away from Kyle Tilley in that Era Motorsport Ford Cortina Lotus.
Yeah, and Phil Mullerchek is about 10 seconds slower at the moment through this traffic than the leaders are. I wonder what will happen when he gets past Francois Rivas in the lead Alpha. Mark Drain there in the Cortina as well. So it's Ford Mustang, Ford Cortina, Alfa Romeo, Ford Cortina, Alfa, Alfa, Alfa. And Someone's had a little incident.
Yeah, that was the replay of Ritvaker and.
No, somebody's gone off at turn 7 though.
Ah, that's a different incident.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Now, turn 7 is Toza. Yes, you're right. I was trying to count round in my head. So where the leaders are coming to now, and this little Alpha battle coming. As I said, we've got the Alpha race later on today. It was the 155 of Daniel Hager who had the problem and has rejoined. And therefore continues. So John Spears heading away from the rest of the field. And it's a very good morning to Mike Newton, who's joined us. Hello, Mike, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
How about these little Alphas in this? Looking fabulous.
Absolutely marvellous. I don't know how Christian can just swap from the Alphas to the LMP car and back.
Well, he's in the next race.
He is.
With you?
Yes.
So we haven't got you for a very long time, obviously, because you've got to go and disappear. Just had a wee off for the white Alpha, the white and blue. That was the 155 car that went off just after Toza. Turn 7, as it said on our timing screen. How's your weekend going so far? You won your class again yesterday, so you'll be happy with that?
Absolutely, and I had a great time with Manu in the first half of the race. I was determined to keep him behind me till the pit stop.
And he has a slightly longer pit stop than you, but that Ferrari is very, very quick in a straight line.
It is, yes. I mean, they were a challenge in the day. They could be all over you at the time. So with someone like Manu, and it was very pleased to stay clear of him. We've
seen you quite a lot with the 2006 car this year, which you've now got back. We'll talk about this when you're out on track, but as we've got you here, you were around in period. The car ran the previous year with the Judd V8 in it. What was the thinking of going back to the 4-cylinder engine for 2006?
We were up against Bob Burridge. And they seem to be getting much better fuel economy than we were getting, and we're running longer, and certainly seem to be very similar on power. So we thought we'd had a few issues with system issues, not particularly with the job, but with the interface of the gearbox and everything. So we went back to the AR engine, and they then started measuring the fuel on weights as they went in, and suddenly that extra fuel advantage seemed to disappear.
There you go. These weekends this year have really taken on a new dimension. You were at Le Mans as well for Le Mans Classic. Still enjoying it?
Absolutely, yes.
And what's the plans going forward for the rest of the year, Mike?
We've got Silverstone with Masters, and then we've got the last round with these guys. So it's been a good year.
Well, what's the journey been like for you, Mike, to see your old car come up for sale? Did you know it was coming up for sale, or tell us the story of how you got the car back?
Yeah, we were running the 257, which was we were very pleased to be running, and we actually had the other 264 chassis as well, but it was still very much a pile of bits rather than a car, and the opportunity came up, and we saw it being advertised, and didn't have the funding when it first came available, but then it stayed on the market for another 6-7 months and managed to break the piggy banks to get it back again.
Simon Nobili into the pit lane in the lovely Old English white Cooper S, the 1275 car from 1965. Now that is, I think, a little bit early.
It is. It's 12 minutes early for the windows, so this is unscheduled for the little Mini, the only Mini in the field, the 1275.
Nah, he's got a problem. He's talking to the guys there. Ever had a yearning to do a bit of touring cars, Mike?
My first long distance stuff was in Cavaliers and things at Bathurst, so I enjoyed that, but I've always been much more of a single-seater guy, and the LMP is as close to a single-seater as you're going to get.
It's lovely walking around the paddock, particularly here, because it's quite compact, and we've got to almost walk past everything to get to our booth from where we've parked up, just to see the variety of these meetings, though, isn't it?
Yeah, then there's a couple of beautiful Mark I escorts with big wheel arches and things.
Has that caught your attention, Mr. Newton? Has it? Is there a no?
Yeah.
Is there another piggy bank that might need to be smashed?
Probably not. No, we've still got a lot to do with the LMP cars, so I think we'll be carrying on keeping the focus on that.
And you've got fabulous Phil Barker back this weekend as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's having Phil and the car together that makes for the great combination. And Phil is as passionate about squeezing the last ounce out of it, or the last kilo out of me, as he always used to be.
Well, and because obviously, for those that don't know, Phil was your crew chief back in the day.
Absolutely, right from the mid-period with the Salines in 2003 onwards.
Good point. Yeah, good point. You were talking about the two different chassis there, the 257 and the 264. What are the general differences between those two chassis? Because there was a bit of an evolution that carried. They had different designations from Lola as well. You're talking about the MG designations there. So what was the difference?
The 257 was an LMP 675, so it was a flat bottom car, much more slippery, but a lot lower downforce. Albeit it was very efficient, so it's an absolute bullet in the straight. Probably 8 to 10 clicks faster than the 264. But you then pay for it in the corners, the fact that it's a lot less downforce. It took us 2 years to decide that we would bring the 264 to Le Mans, because the 257 was designed as a Le Mans special, as an absolute bullet. And I must say it was much harder with the Maseratis in the 264, even though the overall pace was probably better. But it was a real struggle on the straights, because basically I had to stay in the slipstream and couldn't overtake them.
And even then, Lola had moved on again with, I think, the BO7, and there was a different body set. And you guys did an inordinate amount of testing in period, I seem to remember, to work out which circuit, which body kit went to better.
Well, even in 2008, we ran a mixture of both. And, partly by the end of the race, forced to with the traumas that we had during 2008.
Yes,
it was the era when there was the underdeck stalls and cars were going airborne. And I think mine was the 7th in the season to take a little trip in the air. So we still felt there was not a huge amount in it.
Well, the sale, you won Le Mans twice in these cars, Mike.
Yeah.
Amazing memory, I'm sure. When you get in the car, what's going through your mind when you're driving the car? Do those memories come back from your racing days, or is it very much focused on the exact job in hand right now?
It's just focus right back to my Formula 4 days. I've been very busy in business with lots of things. It was the one time that for 20 minutes I knew I would only be thinking about what I was doing, and business could go to hell for that 20 minutes. And it's still the same now.
In that respect, was that actually, in some ways, a way to switch off from your business life, because you could only concentrate, and we've got a great battle going on. These guys will be doing exactly the same at the moment. This is for 6th and 7th, with Christian Oldendorf in the yellow Alpha and Rory Jack in the red car behind him. They're having a great time, but right now all they're doing is working out where to brake, where to turn in. Was that the same for you? Was it in some ways a release from your business world?
Absolutely. Even in a Formula 4, driving a 6-foot wide Formula Ford was a relaxation to a degree, because it actually cleared your mind of everything else.
This is magnificent. So it's so right to have these Alphas around Imola. You'd have raced in Imola back in the day.
Yeah, last time we were here was in the AOX in the Cost Cap days in 2011, and qualifying was actually 2.5 seconds faster than we were in the AOX, or I was in the AOX back in 2011. So
really,
yeah, so still with it.
Now, is that you getting better, or is it tyre technology, or is there any improvement now on the car from when you had it in period, do you think?
Well, the AOX was much superior in aero, but we're running cost caps, and grandfather was also running heavier with a lower top speed. So
yeah, smaller restrictors. It was all turned down just a little bit. We were talking about this yesterday, actually, over dinner with the guys, and how you and Tommy Erdos work together with the cameras and the data on the car. You in some ways were pioneers of the kind of way you went about your racing, with Tommy going out and setting some reference laps and then talking you through it. Then you would go out and do a relatively small amount of laps, sometimes only half a dozen or 10 laps, and concentrate on one particular part of the circuit that you could zero in, and this is long before race box and stuff like that came along.
Yeah, and it was a very steep learning curve, because even when I went into FIA GTs, it wasn't planned to go GT1 that year, far from it. And then with the opportunity with the 257, had no intention of going prototypes that quickly. So it was a very, very steep learning curve, going very quickly into GT1s and then into the prototypes. And we had to do something to close that gap.
Phil Muller-Check spinning, just coming out of the final corner at Ravazza 2. He started at the back of the grid. He's coming into the pit lane. He'd made his way up the field, but I notice a wee dent in the left front there as the pit lane has... No, it's still not open. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. So Phil lost it, and then was that Michael Ehrlich who was going through in the Alpha? He's also in the pit lane. Just clipped him as he came through. Incidental contact there. How long can you keep these cars running, Mike? That's the question that we think. Is it relatively easy for those cars? Do you have to manufacture stuff yourselves, and how does that work?
We've got access or rebuilt virtually all the bodywork moulds now, so all the big key bits we can keep going. The rest is fabricated, so and machined. So frankly, we can just keep that going, indefinitely.
And Phil was telling us yesterday you've got a good stock of engines as well.
Yeah, we've got we've got 2 spare engines, because we've got an engine that we'll potentially put in the other chassis, and we've got a spare engine as well. So that keeps us going a bit longer.
So are we likely to see the 2 cars out anytime? And you doing?
We're keeping a watching brief on the Legend of Le Mans, because the coupe would be eligible for that, and also we could build the other one car up in 2008 spec rather than 2006 spec. So we're keeping a watching brief on that.
And how we had you in the booth at Classic Le Mans, which was the final version in that particular. And the way that they've organised the categories, it goes to every year now, split up into 2 different age groups. And of course, this series next year becomes the Le Mans Classic series. How does that affect, or do you know yet how that will affect you guys going back to Classic Le Mans? And how do you think that sits, particularly with this series getting the title of Classic Le Mans series from next year?
Well, it's terrific what's happening with the evolution, and I think it's a great step forward with Peter Auto. We're still evaluating exactly what form the plateaus are going to take, whether it's going to be 3 races or 4 races. And at the moment, I feel very comfortable doing a couple of races in a weekend and still very fresh. If it's 4 back-to-back as a single driver, I think that might start to work things a little bit.
Might have to look for a co-driver, Mike.
Absolutely.
Warren or Andy out there.
Absolutely. Or Tommy for that matter.
Or Tommy, yeah. Well, of those 3, if he even mentioned it, Tommy will already be on the way here now to talk to you. Knowing Tommy.
So, yeah.
Knowing Tommy. Hughesy's pretty busy with McLaren these days. And, well, Andy's still driving everything. And he's still... Andy... talking to him at Le Mans Classic, Andy is still the Bugatti development driver as well, doing all the high-speed stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. So you've had some decent teammates. We better let you get back, otherwise Phil will be slapping me round the back of the head. Mike Newton will be out in the next race. Mike, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Great to have Mike here. Still just on half an hour, 37 minutes, excuse me, of the race to go. I love the fact that Mike's even still wearing his net view shirt, and he still fits it actually. But I'd say I was just about to say it's a bit slacker than it used to be, Mike. Mike Newton joining us here in the booth. So
good battle going on between the Ford Cortina Lotus of Mark Drain being chased down by Rory Jack as they come down the hill now towards Ravazza, and Rory Jack is all over Mark Drain in the Lotus, and 2 really distinctly different shapes actually.
Yeah.
The Cortina actually looks almost slightly ungainly compared to the Alpha, which looks very sleek, and a little mistake there from Drain, and through goes Rory Jack then with a slipping and sliding. These cars are never in a straight line, are they? They're always wiggling.
That's why they're great.
Yeah.
But look at that. That's a 2-door Cortina. So the souped up version, the breathed on version of what was a family car, and Alpha did things slightly differently with the Giulia. There was a four-door Giulia as well, of course, much employed by police forces. Down into Ravazza is where the overtake happened. Just locked the left front up a little bit, just getting a bit deep into the corner, and through goes the car. But there's, if you didn't know that much about cars but did know about national stereotypes in some respects, there's a Ford Cortina. Absolutely does what it says on the tin. Lotus have breathed on it, but it still looks like a Ford Cortina, and that's a very British looking car from that era.
Yeah, it's one of the many promotional masterstrokes that Sir Walter Hayes came up with. The DFE engine was another, but he commissioned Colin Chapman to basically put 1,000 hot engines in 1,000 cars so they could homologate the Cortina for Group 2 touring car racing, and put guys like Jim Clark in the car, and the legend was created almost overnight, and the success it had was huge. But then you look at the Alpha, that is a more exotic thing, actually, even more than the Lotus Cortina, because an aluminium engine block, the steel, the original steel suspension was remachined in aluminium. It's seriously light, and only 500 were built.
Yeah,
much
just under, wasn't it? 490 something.
Yeah, in fact, well, they had to make 500 in Stradale and Corsa specs. So not all of them raced, of course. No. But most of them did. But it won on its debut race, the Giulia Sprint GTA, and 3 consecutive European touring car titles. So it was the car to have in its time.
But interestingly, the standard car, not the GTA, and the Cortina, we're almost exactly the same.
They do. I mean,
even though they're very distinctively different shapes.
Well, in this, how to put it, in the FIA historic passport regulations, the Cortina Lotus has to have a minimum weight of 751, just 9 kilos more for the Giulia Sprint. The Mustang, 1,200 kilos minimum, and that's because of the power it has, of course, from that big honking V8.
Beautiful weather conditions, fabulous images and audio from here at Imola this Sunday morning. This isn't the all-Alpha race, although it does look like it in the midfield. We've got the Mustang of John Spears that we haven't seen for a while, but he's pulled out over half a minute on Kyle Tilley in the white number 181 Cortina. That's a more traditional Lotus Cortina with the green flash down the side. They didn't all have that, as we saw with the white one a minute or two ago. And for Mark Drain, who's just pitted actually for his mandatory stop. Hello, that's not the no, don't be on the green stuff.
Oh dear, yeah, Rory Jack just getting it. Quite unusual error there.
Is he struggling to keep that car straight?
Yes, something's not right there at the number 33 of Rory Jack. You might want to get it into the pit lane now to have a little check. The pit window is open, so the minimum pit stop time being served. Number 40 car of Michael Ehrlich. Now that was the car that was involved in the disagreement with the...
Yeah, they're having a chat about it. It was noted by the race control, which is just down to our left here. Michael Ehrlich on the right there in the BMW overalls.
That would be another car that would be quite cool for this, a little BMW.
1602 or 2002.
2002 would be a little bit later, but yeah, that would be, it would fit this very nicely. But these Giulias, and you can see why companies like Alphaholics have been so successful, where you take they take these Giulia Sprints and various other Alfa Romeos and really tune them up and get a lot of power out of them, put modern components underneath, and it's actually a car you could almost daily do, a little bit like a 911 Singer. It's got 4 seats in it, and you can get on and use it regularly. Take your family out in it. As Frank Stippler ready to go.
There he is.
Duck egg blue overalls, red and white helmet, ready to take over the... Now he is taking over the number 22 machine.
Correct, which is coming out. That was Francois Rivas, who he's sharing with. He's coming out a third. So only the lead Mustang now, along with Christian Oldendorf, to make their stops of the leading cars. The few further down the field in 7th, 8th and 9th, which are battling for class honours. So John Spears is in the over 2 litre class, obviously, along with the Chevy Corvette and the other Mustang. We haven't seen Michel Grosfillier that much, and Phil Mullachek is that orange car.
Alex Rittweger's number 43 car is taking a thump on the right-hand side. The team trying to bend the bodywork out.
Yeah, away from the wheel. Those beautiful Campagnolo alloys. I deliberately got a set of early 205 GTI alloys to go on one of my Peugeots because I thought they looked like Campagnolo alloys with the holes in them. So this was the car that got clonked by the Mustang as it came back on. No intent there whatsoever.
Yeah, 1,200 kilos of Mustang hitting little Alpha. It's going to make a dent, isn't it? So no, absolutely.
And they're having a chat about it in the pit. They were having a chat about it earlier on in the pit lane. Very relaxed pit stops, even if you're not changing driver. The regulations here is that it's a 2-minute stop with your crew plus 33 seconds to transit the pit lane. So basically 2 minutes 33 seconds from pit in to pit out.
Great camaraderie amongst the drivers here.
Totally.
It's such a friendly paddock. Really, really enjoyed this weekend getting to meet a lot of the teams and drivers. We had a wonderful dinner last night with an Italian team running Red Bull Porsche in Endurance Racing Legends class. Great story behind that car. We've got that coming up a little bit later on.
Yeah, we were supposed to have dinner in the pit lane last night, which we were all really looking forward to. There was real buzz about the place, but unfortunately the heavens opened. If you were with us yesterday, you will know. All of yesterday, by the way, available to watch again on the Peter Auto YouTube channel. And another wee spin for Daniel Hager in the white and sky blue number 155, just being passed by the C1 Corvette as it rumbles its way up the hill. So Tosa turning to the left, just losing the back end. Slightly back there, can get on the power relatively early, but eventually physics take over. Back to green as that car's running again.
So into the pits then comes the number 14 race leader, John Spears.
For a driver change as well. Who's he driving with?
That's Nigel Greensal's helmet.
I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah, so that's now that car number 14, just double check that. Yeah, he's sharing with Nigel Greensall, who had a great run yesterday in the Gentleman's Challenge in the Cooper. Oh no, he was in the Lister, wasn't he? Yes, of course, yeah. Love Nigel Greensall's helmet design.
He's had that forever. There's a hint of Hans Stuck about it with the stars on it.
It's got a hint of blue coral. The blue coral Porsches.
Yeah.
I had a blue coral pencil case or pencil tin
with the GT1 car.
Yes.
I loved that GT1 98. I remember that car.
Winner of the first ever British GT race with a 935 in the 90s.
I know.
Amazing, amazing. There was meant to be a blue coral 993 entered by Era Motorsport and driven by Kyle Tilley, but it's not here, unfortunately. Next time.
Kyle is just coming out from the pit lane. Joe Bradley is eyes and ears in the pit lane, so with some driver changes taking place, we should be able to get a quick chat with some of the starting drivers who have vacated their seat. One thing for sure, plugging Nigel Greensall into that Ford Mustang is not going to make it any slower. With Nigel in the car, that means Joe can speak to John Spears down in the pit lane.
A very sweaty John Spears, I've got to say. John, always a good feeling to bring the car in with a 30-second plus lead, I think. Yeah. I mean, this is a lovely car to drive around here because it's got more power than the tyres can accept, so you can drive it on the throttle. And beautiful day, obviously. And I thought the track would be quite green after all that rain last night, but it wasn't actually. It seemed immediately pretty sticky. So it would have been nice to have someone to play with, but hey, I'm not complaining about driving around Imola on a beautiful day in a fantastic car.
And especially when you hand the car to a driver like Nigel. Tell us a little bit about the car, the Mustang that you've brought here this weekend, John.
Yeah, well, it's a Mark 1 Mustang, 289 engine. Exactly the same spec as they ran in period. And handles beautifully. Obviously, the brakes are the weak point on a car like this. You only got drum brakes at the back, little discs at the front. So, you've got to manage that around, a track like this that's heavy on brakes. That's the weak point.
I was going to say, you've got some lovely straight stretches to get the power of the Mustang, but I would imagine the braking areas is what really gets your attention. And is that something that you have to manage even for a 1 hour race?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was lifting and coasting because we don't want to run out of brakes. Then that wouldn't be good. And yesterday in the Lister, the Lister has very poor cooling to the rear brakes, even though they're discs. We ran out of brakes. So that's a much shorter race, only 40 minutes.
John, I'll leave you to cool off. It's very warm down here in the pits. Great to talk to you as ever. John Spears.
Nigel Grainsall now in the John Spears Mustang. That the notchback, if you will. 1965 car. So that's just a couple of Nigel driving that, basically rotating it into the Variante Alta, the Variante Grassini, with his right foot, which is absolutely on point. So that's a couple of years older than the coupe, the fastback version that was made famous by Steve McQueen in Bullet. 67 and a half, I think that was. But no pony on the front, no galloping pony on the front, as the McQueen car was similarly de-equipped, if that's a word.
When you could show anybody this car and they'd say that's a Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
Even if someone with no interest whatsoever in cars go, yeah, that's a Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
It's just an unrecognisable. Sorry, it's a
utterly recognisable.
Utterly recognisable shape, and I mean, and the sound as well. That's really fantastic. They've got this car, interestingly, in this specification for historic touring car racing. It's got a rev limit of 7,200 RPM on it. And on the brakes, they do have disc brakes on the front, but drums on the rear. So yeah, and it's a big car, as we mentioned. The weight, 1,200 kilos. It's 450 kilos heavier than the rest of the field. In fact, it's pretty much double the weight of the Mini Cooper. So that is always going to be harder on the brakes, and indeed you're slowing it down from a higher speed as well. Yeah. And then it's more just managing it through the corner.
This is only the small block, of course, the 289, 4.7 litres.
Just the 4.7.
Yeah. Oh, Nigel not enjoying himself at all there, is he? Absolutely loving this.
And there is not Aqua Minerale down at Aqua Minerale. That's just the character of.
There is no Aqua. Still Kyle Tilley in second. Seb Perez showing us stopped out on the track now in the number 140. No, that's all right. He's back. Might have just been a little transponder glitch there. So he's third. So Ford Mustang, Ford Cortina, Alfa Romeo, Ford Cortina. As this race moves into its last 20 minutes. I mean, look at the standard of preparation on these cars as well, Peter. Here's a car. I do like the fact, by the way, he's got the series sponsors down the side in sort of a period, although not necessarily period sponsor, but he's got Lavazza coffee down there in Italy.
You need it.
Yeah. Well, as ever, we're powered by Sacred Coffee. Hello, Tubbs. Hello, everybody. Needed that this morning. Going to need it tomorrow for the early flight, aren't we?
Early start tomorrow. Yeah, very early start. So coming back to that point on the preparation, the standard is so high, particularly in this type of class where it's quite controlled in terms of the spec. Oh dear, no.
Andrew Haddon.
Just taken over from Mark Drain, who'll be getting ready to jump aboard his Courage for Endurance Racing Legends 1. And that's just on the exit of Tosa. Cars ground to a halt, unfortunately. But this class is so tightly controlled of what you can and can't do. There's an FIA historic, it's called HTP, the passport for the car of what it can and can't have on it, and therefore the preparation of the team has to be
correct.
That's a premium, and getting the car absolutely optimised for the driver.
And when Peter talks about what you can and can't have, that comes down to the materials used for nuts and bolts, suspension arms, etc., etc. Because quite clearly you could remanufacture stuff in carbon fibre or titanium or whatever, bring the car down to an even lower weight, put the ballast where you wanted to. You could fit more up-to-date suspension components with more adjustability, etc., etc. But you can't. That is the point. You'll often see, if you read through Motorsport magazine, and you'll see a car that says, ready to race HTP papers, which basically means the historic touring paperwork, the protocols, and that means that the car has been built and is ready to go in events such as this. Now, they will still go through scrutineering. That was happening on Thursday when Joe and I first arrived, and in fact into Friday morning when you were first here, there was still the administrative checks going on with various cars to make sure that they were all legal to come and race. Because whilst you might say, and I would understand you saying this, well, why would you bother doing that? Well, because it still needs to be a level playing field. This is, what was that great phrase that Sam Hancock used yesterday?
All of the pleasure, none of
the pressure. But
put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But the pleasure is also actually racing a car against things, and there's no pleasure in racing if you are at a disadvantage from the drop of the green flag because the specification of the cars aren't right, and that's why people take so much time to prepare things properly.
Well, we spoke to the guys at Crown Racing on Thursday, who are running one of the it's a Lola, sorry, not a Chevron, and they were saying that they took the car to America to compete in a historic festival, and they had a supposedly identical car starting on the front row alongside them, and it drove away as if they had another 100 horsepower. And when they got out the car later, it turned out that the car, the parts had been remade in carbon fibre, etc. So exactly your point. So that's why the scrutineering is so important, because make no bones about it, anybody taking part in motorsport is putting in a big financial commitment, particularly in historic racing. These cars are seriously valuable, so to bring them here and to have them prepared to the standard they need to be, it's a big commitment. So the owner and the person doing, competing, wants to make sure that they have a fair shake.
Good morning to Chris Suku, who's tuned in again at a little before 9 o'clock in the UK. Hello, Chris. He'll be taking us with him on a what a fabulous four-wheel drift coming out the chicane there by Seb Perez. That was awesome. Absolutely gorgeous. He knows how to put a car sideways. He's at home on the loose as he is here on the track, as was his dad, in fairness.
Yeah, definitely. But a real rallying family, the Perez family, or motorsport family in general. Got a great collection of cars.
Oh, listen to that little four-cylinder singing there up the hill. I would say there's only one thing wrong with that, Julia, is that one doesn't have gold wheels. I do think the gold wheels are great. I'm a big fan of silver wheels as well, as you well know. But I do like the gold wheels, and I think alongside Midweek Motorsport every Wednesday, I have sort of started a bit of a campaign to get gold wheels back into Formula One, particularly for Ferrari.
But you didn't like that Ferrari outside with the gold wheels, though.
I don't like modern Ferraris. It's the only modern Ferrari I like, bizarrely, is the Purosangue, which nobody else seems to.
Life is full of surprises.
I know.
Now, this is very interesting. The race leader, Nigel Greensaw, the car is under investigation for minimum pit stop time.
Oh, no.
Now, if it's a very small breach, it won't be a very big penalty, but it depends. We will keep a very close watch on the timing screen for you to see if race control send anything through. But this could mean that Kyle Tilley, depending on the penalty, I mean, Kyle Tilley at the moment running minute and a half behind, so it would have to be a pretty huge penalty, but it's probably not what the number 14 crew, in fact there it is, 21-second time penalty, so it's not going to seemingly affect the overall result as things stand right now, but 21-second time penalty for not serving the minimum pit stop time.
Also, that contemporary Ferrari that was standing outside the other day wasn't red. If it had been red, it would have looked better on the gold rims.
You think? Okay. Yeah. I have to say the new, when I saw the pictures of the new F80 hypercar, I thought, not sure, and then seeing the videos of the car being slid around at Misano, thinking, and they've made the car sound really cool with a V6 engine. It sounds great, and
Ferrari V6, that's fine. I have no problem with the Ferrari V6.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Some great cars over the years. Still got to be a 550 for me, though.
Still 550.
550 manual. Yeah.
Joe Mackay's here. He's got a couple in, hasn't he, at the moment?
Always does. Yeah, he's always got some.
He's still got that blue on him with the tan interior. I saw you browsing. Hopefully Lucy's not listening in here, because you were browsing Joe Mackay's stock list.
Only for research purposes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
hang on. And the band played Believe It If You Like, Mr. Mackay.
Not in my budget, unfortunately.
You were spending the Euro Millions that you and Joe didn't win on Friday, weren't you?
Yes. Bradley Mackay Racing. The press release comes out on Monday for when we do win the lottery. We've already. Joe said to me, we're walking around the paddock and we're just in all of the cars here, and he says, see, when we start our own team, Peter, when we win the lottery, this is where we're going to be. Yeah, I agree.
Picking up the number 22 at the top of the hill, that's Frank Stippler. Pulled that car up into 4th position and lapping almost as quick as the leaders. In fact, it's only the Mustang of Nigel Greensaw who is quicker than him at the moment. He's got some 38 seconds. In fact, he's just gone past Christian Hindhaugh, so he's on the class podium, but he's trying to chase down Seb Perez, and he's gonna. In fact, Seb Perez just put in a 16.3, so that's very quick from Seb.
Quicker than Frank Stippler.
Yeah.
You know, Seb Perez, he works in the family business day to day. You know, he's not a full-time racing driver. So whereas Frank Stippler's in cars all the time, and is been a professional for 30 years. So that's hugely impressive.
Started very young, Frank. Frank wanted me to say that when you said he's been young.
Of course he did, yes, exactly. So, and he has great hair as well. He's got the great slick back hair.
Yeah, he's good.
He's a cool guy.
Just such a great guy. Knows the Nürburgring Nordschleife like the back of his hand. Has won that race multiple times, and recently as well. He won the shortened race, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was 2 years ago.
He's on either 3 or 4 wins now, but yeah, he's one of the real masters of the Nordschleife. But Seb Perez, he also showed, I mean, obviously here in circuit racing, showing his pace, but he competed in the Roger Albert Clark rally in the family's Lancia Stratos, and showed some amazing pace in that machine. Really impressive driver. Up on a podium position at the moment. So 3 different cars on the on top of the 3 podium positions at the moment.
Stippy in 3rd in the sub-2 litre class, which is Kyle Tilley leading that from Seb Perez by about 8.8 seconds. And about 0.6 of a second Seb took out Kyle last time around. The Alfa gaining slightly on the Ford Cortina. 16.9 for Seb, 17.5 for Kyle, 16.1 for Frank Stippler, but a 14.4 for Nigel Greensaw. against the best for that car of a 2 minutes 12. So the 155, Daniel Hager, coming up to...
You've got me in trouble, John.
How's that?
Mrs. Mackay is listening.
Ah, there you go.
Don't worry, we're not in the market for a
550M.
no.
Halfers?
Oh, no, well. Although that is Mrs. Mackay's favourite Ferrari, because it's the... Well, now, which one was in Bad Boys? The Bad Boys 2, the silver one. Was that a 575?
I think it was a 575, yeah, because it was a paddle shift car.
Not too fussy.
I've driven both, fortunately enough to say, and I still say the 550 manual is one of the ultimate Grand Tourers. And I say that as someone who enjoys driving Porsches rather a lot, but I've got to say a front-engine Ferrari, if it's going to be a Ferrari, for me it's got to be front-engine. And in recent times, having not yet driven the Purosangue, it's a sensible family crossover, four-seater. Just happens to have 600 horsepower and a Ferrari V12. I don't see how you can't love that. It's a bit colour sensitive, in fairness.
It's
69 is Michel Grossvilliers. I'm getting you out before you say anything.
It's no Bentley Bentayga.
No, it's not. It's not meant to be, though. Look at that thing. That's brilliant. Rumbling its way across the line.
1962. Pre-1962 Corvette C1, 1960.
Correct.
You think, how cool would you look in 1960 in one of those? Big engine out the front. Great soundtrack. Wonderful.
Pillarless glass on the windows, and the rear one folds all the way down, so you've got almost a pillarless coupe. And look at the front end of that car. You can see it's the confidence of the late 50s, early 60s design, the space race. So there's chrome and there's curves, but there's those lower lamps in there that sort of look almost like rocket intakes or jet intakes, and they're meant to look like that, same as at the back end. Just fantastic.
Michael Grossvilliers is... The wheel on this car, the steering wheel, is enormous, and it's almost absolutely right up in the driver's face, and he's having to chop away at it like he's driving a speedboat or a ship, almost like he's driving a cruise liner in one way, chopping it back and forth to get the car to do what he wants it to do.
I think you suggest to the car that you would like to get the apex, and then the car sort of decides whether it's going to comply. And it's just incredible to see the amount of work that's going on there. Just brilliant. Another great... Now, that is an absolutely perfect four-wheel drift. And I don't care that the left rear went in to... Of course it's Stippy. Of course it's Stippy.
Love it.
Could it be anyone else? He's taken 3 seconds out of Seb Perez in the last few laps. 2:15.295. That is the second fastest lap of anything on the track. Only Nigel Greensold's Mustang, John Spy's Mustang, at the front of the field with a 2:12.2 is quicker than that last lap from Stippy.
And with the four-wheel drift for effect as well.
It's how you drive them, Peter. It's how you have to drive them.
Yeah, like you've just stolen it. Yeah.
And did you notice that the front wheels were absolutely in line?
Amazing.
There wasn't a hint, not even a dab of Oppo on that.
Good to see.
Beautiful.
Good to see the Mini's back.
Yes, Mini back out.
Yeah, the number 21 Austin Mini Cooper S 1275, the only one in the field actually. A very popular car. You see them, particularly at Goodwood, a whole grid of them banging doors with one another with various touring car drivers in them. You think some of the owners are very, very brave to put a bunch of touring car drivers in their cars, but that is how it goes. And yeah, it's by far and away the lightest car in the field, and it's completely the opposite from the Corvette we looked at a moment ago, which is lap time from down the straight and then work it out through the corners, whereas the Mini's got no grunt going down the straight, but it's hugely quick coming through the Grassini chicane. You can carry massive amount of speed and carry it all the way through.
I
And
wonder if he's still in fourth there, or he actually shifts down to third. I'm not sure.
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, he's probably, I would think he's still in third because it's quite a long climb up.
Yeah, true.
A steep climb, I should say. And then down the hill now to Ravazza. What I love also about this paddock is that so many of the drivers run an open face helmet with the shades.
Yeah.
Everyone's got cool shades here.
6 minutes to go. The Mini crosses the line. So Alec Isigonis's creation. Again, a car, as so many were from this period, that is instantly recognisable whether you're a car person or not. And, you know, whether it is the Ford Mustang, whether it is the Porsche 911, whether it is the Mini, all continue today in a modern form, but with the design elements that made the originals absolutely legendary. Motor manufacturers sometimes seem to be slightly bereft of ideas and recycle names, but certainly with the Mustang, and we had the Dark Horse Challenge, didn't we, at Le Mans as a invitational class at the 24, and there's no doubt if you put the two cars together there'd be a difference in size, but there's also no doubt that if you pointed at this leading car of Nigel Grainsall in the race and pointed to one of the Dark Horse Challenge cars that ran at the Le Mans 24, then everybody would know what it was without having to see the Galloping Horse or the Ford Blue Oval.
Yeah, I think it's, if you're reviving a name, it has to have a likeness to the at least a likeness at the very least to the original. And look at the one car that comes to mind straight away is the Renault 5, the new Renault 5 Electric. Looks a really cool piece of kit. It's got a good write-up, hasn't it? The new Renault 5 Electric. See quite a few of them out and about.
I've only seen one in the UK. Sorry, I've not seen any in the UK.
Wait.
I've only seen one when we were in France for Le Mans 24.
I've seen a couple at home. Yeah. They maybe delivered them to Scotland first. If it rolled off the ship in Grangemouth.
I think possibly because I live in a place where there aren't any chargers. Small range electric cars aren't really very popular in our neck of the woods. So across the line for Nigel Grainsall, his lead has stretched out to 3/4 of a lap, or around about 1 3/4 minutes. So there hasn't really been a lot of competition for this blue Mustang 289. John Spears doing his job. In second, it's Kyle Tilley in the traditional white and green of the Lotus Cortina CAF 153C. If you're not from the UK, the C on the end in that era will tell you that the age of that car. Now, what I don't know actually is where the AF came from.
I have to say I'm stumped on that one.
No, that would be the locator of where it, which part of the UK it was registered in at the time.
Okay.
But it's just I know some of them, but not all of them. Oh, right. No, that makes sense. So that would have been back in the day. That would have been from East Anglia kind of area, because that was transferred over to Peterborough in more recent times, which is not a million miles from where I live. So Norwich, Anglia, that sort of place, which is exactly where Lotus were from. So that might be an ex-Lotus history car on that.
Could be. Oh no! One of the Ford Cortina Lotuses is ground to halt. Is that Kyle Tilley?
I think it's Andrew Haddon's car, is it? Oh no, he stopped a couple of laps ago.
He's pulled off. He's going down the leaderboard.
Yeah, that was
Kyle Tilley.
That was the leader of the class. You're right, absolutely right. Oh my goodness! With under 2 minutes to go, what a disaster! That is the 181 that has stopped, and that is Kyle Tilley. So Seb Perez inherits the lead in class and second overall, with Frank Stippler now putting in another fastest lap of his class, a 2:14.556. He's just taken 3 seconds out of Perez in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, but with just this lap to go, it's not going to be a victory for Frank Stippler.
As things stand right now, it doesn't look like it. Unfortunately, Seb Perez sharing with Christian Albrecht, who right now...
Stippy's going to unlap himself from the leader here.
He's certainly trying to, anyway.
Yes, he is. That'll give him an extra lap as well to get to Seb Perez, if Seb was to have any problems. So Stippy is the first car a lap down, and he is not quite going to do it. Exactly the dilemma that you were talking about. Now, is Nigel going to let him go? I don't think he is. So Stippy through the corners in that Alfa, much quicker, carrying much greater minimum corner speed. Now heading down the hill towards up the hill, excuse me, towards the relatively newly named Variante Gresini. Chance here perhaps for Stippy on his right hand side. No, he's not close enough as they go through. He's right there again though, and he'll get a really good drive out of here and downhill towards Ravazza 1 and 2. He desperately wants to be back on the lead lap, doesn't he, Stippy?
He's trying everything, and getting held up a little bit in places. But
correct.
Interestingly, the Mustang, the number 14 Mustang. Whoa, Stippy! Oh, Stippy's off at Ravazza. Just down it. Did he get away with that? I wonder. Oh, he's not going to get back on the lead lap now.
No, he's not.
Really got in too hot into Ravazza. Could not get the car slowed down at all.
So it's victory then in the first race of Sunday here at Historic Racing by Peter Otto and the Imola-Classic. Nigel Greensill brings home the 1965 Mustang 289. John Spears starting the car. First car off the lead lap, much to his chagrin, I am sure. Frank Stippler in third place, but second place in the sub 2 litre class, and we'll wait for about a couple of minutes for Seb Perez to come through. Christian Oldendorf, by the way, will come home in third in the class, fourth overall. That was Konrad Ulrich going through. The yellow car is Roderick Jack. But that actually was pretty standard fare for John and Nigel.
Very meticulous, I would say, in a car that's probably a bit of a handful at every corner, but it was fastest through every sector. So it's not as if it's just one part of the track where it's really dominant. It's pretty strong everywhere. They've clearly set the car up very well. I mean, the power of it is certainly significant. But if we'd had a wet race like we had last night for the 60s endurance, it could have been a completely different order, because the different condition can suit different cars so much more. I mean, I then think the Mini would maybe come to the front, or perhaps even the Lotus, whereas the much more powerful and more heavy Ford would potentially struggle in the rain. But Seb Perez, a win in the under 2 litre class. Great drive from him in the Alfa.
Here he comes to the line. Not quite a full lap back, so he's the only other car that stayed on the lead lap. And the little 4-cylinder screaming towards the line, and he will be on the top step of the sub 2 litre podium. Overall, Nigel Greensill and John Spears wins in the Mustang. Then it's Alfa, with Seb Perez and Frank Stippler coming to the line. Third place for Christian Oldendorf, also in a Giulia Sprint. Roderick Jack, it's the family car there, in 5th position, number 33. Also the Ulrich family number 4 car in 5th. That's another Alfa. 6th in class, 7th overall, Daniel Hager in the 155. Michel Grosvilliers is the pre-62 entered Corvette, 2nd in the plus 2 litre class. Kyle Tilley, heartbreak for Kyle Tilley, who had the 2nd overall and sub 2 litre class win in the bag until literally 2 minutes before the end, just going on to the last lap, and the car, well, I've got a message on my screen that car has resumed, but I haven't seen any further timing. It was towards the end of the lap. The car had pulled off the track, spotted by eagle-eyed Peter Mackay alongside me. Just for the sake of veracity, in 3rd in the plus 2 litre category was Sterling Mulacek, which that was another family entered car, of course. That started right at the back, finished 10th, had worked its way up a little higher, but had a little coming together.
Smiles and thumbs up from Frank Stippler. Light blue suit there.
Brilliant stint. Absolutely brilliant that was. If you're confused by the pit stops, because we got a 21-second penalty for a pit stop. Oh wow!
Yeah. I suspect that because of Nigel's experience, that they should have had a 25-second longer pit stop. So that should have been 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Interesting. If you think that the teams don't take this seriously, Frank Stippler in full debrief. As soon as he's out of the car, co-driver there, team there, think just having a good old chat of what's going on. Love Stippy's helmet design as well with the swooping. It's almost got a bit of the, if you put a bit of tartan on, it'd be a bit like McVish's helmet. Very cool. Then of course a long wait for Seb Perez to come through. Of course, finished on the lead lap. Stippler right behind Nigel Greensall, just off the lead lap. Great run for Seb Perez, winner in the under 2 litre class in the little Alpha.
Look at the lines on that car. Look at the proportions of that car. Seb extricates himself. Well, what a great way to start off Sunday here in the sunshine at Imola. It's a win for Nigel Greensall and John Spires. So already the marshals on the grid for our second race of what is a packed programme today. A 40-minute encounter, and we'll be back with that in a few minutes' time. Endurance Racing Legends, our first of 2 grids from the ERL. This is split pretty much exactly between LMP1 and GT1. Actually, we've lost a car since yesterday because we had a round dozen yesterday. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. Peter is now working out which one we have lost. Front of the field, LMPs and GTs, including a Maserati MC12 from 2006. We have 2 of them here, 2006 car and a 2008 car. Mike Newton, who was in the booth with us earlier with his Le Mans winning chassis, the 2005 car that won Le Mans in 2006. But once again, it's one of the earlier cars, the EX257, flat bottom car, so a bit quicker down the tubes. And Christian Albrecht, great battle yesterday with the Zytec 04S of Jamie Constable. It resulted through traffic in a little bit of a coming together. No intent there. So you could do with seeing the back of the EX257 in the Dyson colours to see if the left rear has been, behind the wheel, has been sorted. So Mike Newton on the inside of row 2 with Joe Macari in the MC12, the number 46 car alongside him. He's the top of the GT category. The glorious ProDrive Ferrari 550 Maranello, the V12 front engine car, Emmanuel Collard in the number 152 car is in 5th position on the inside of the 3rd row with Mark Drain in his Courage C65 from 2004 alongside him. Marcus Paltala for Porsche in one of the GT2Rs from 2003. This is one of the 996 bi-turbos. And that is a contemporary Maserati that is pulling away. Stefan Rothmeier in the Porsche. Then Mark Rostar in the Pilbeam. Giovanni Buganza is with the Lucchini P395 from 1995. And Alexander Vega, in the second of the Maseratis is in the 11th position. So who have we lost from yesterday?
The DBR9 Aston Martin.
Correct.
Unfortunately.
Yes. And we have a guest. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Introduce yourself to our viewers and listeners.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicky Pastorelli, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Nicky, it's a long time since I've seen you, and here we are, still at racetracks and still having fun. How did you get involved in the classic world?
Well, I always had a love for classic cars, even when I was racing. Basically, in period of these cars, I was still professionally racing, and I already loved the older cars. And now that there really is a proper racing series for it, yeah, I love it, and I love to be here every time.
Nick, you're running two cars that catch my eye immediately. The 2 Maserati MC12s. For many, that's one of the greatest GT cars that's ever been built.
It's definitely one of the best, greatest GT1 cars ever built. I'm not running the cars, by the way, this weekend. They are in our same garage. They are next to us, but we are not running them. They are run by Michael Bartels, who was running the cars in period, actually, who won most of the races that car won. And it's nice to see that the people who were running the cars in period are still involved. I mean, if you look at a lot of the mechanics, it are the mechanics that were running the car back in the days, the engineers as well. So that's great to see.
What do you remember of those MC12s then back in the day? Because there was a bit of controversy about them. They were a little bit too long and a little bit too wide to run in the American series, although they were allowed in the mid-2000s under an exemption. The worry was that they would kill the class because they were built specifically to do what they did, go very, very fast. Never got to Le Mans, of course.
That's one of the main reason why they never got to Le Mans, because they were not allowed there. But what I mainly remember is that at some point I was racing against them, because I was in the Lamborghini Murcielago, and they were definitely the car to beat. So anytime that we could beat an MC12, we were super happy. And I always had a dream to drive that car, because for me it was the greatest car, it was the best car, the fastest car. And a few years ago I was lucky enough to race it in the historic series. It was great.
And then did you go, oh, now I see why we were so struggling against them?
Absolutely.
This era obviously there'll be a lot of people watching around the world who will have come to sports cars in this era. The variety that we had, the front-engined 550 there, the Aston, which hasn't made it to the grid, and some of the prototypes. We had some great racing in those days in America and over here in Europe.
Absolutely, and I think we are missing that a little bit today. I mean, the cars today are great. Technology is great, they're really fast, they're fantastic to drive, but I think from the spectator point of view we are missing a little bit of variety, and that's why everybody loves this series here.
And how easy or difficult is it then to get these cars, to find them now, or have they all sort of resurfaced? Because there was a few of them that a few years ago that sort of popped up out of a few places, and then to keep them running.
It's mainly to keep them running is the difficult part. So to find the cars, I mean, we can find them. They are still around. To prepare them for racing, that's also okay to do. But to keep them running, you know, spare parts are getting more and more difficult to find. Lots of parts you have to reproduce. So it's and you need the people from back in the days who have the electronics. They know how it works.
Tell us about the two cars that you're running from your garage. The Ferraris?
The Ferrari 430s, yes, in ERL2.
Okay. What are they like to run? Because they're one of the more modern cars here, but still it's a 20-year-old car. What are they like to run?
It's great to run those cars, and it's relatively, let's say, the people who made the cars back in the days, Michelotto, make my life quite easy, because it's a car that if you prepare it well at home, it runs forever. They were built to do 24-hour races. They are really strong cars, and also you still get a lot of support from the guys from Michelotto who built the cars back in the days. So it makes my life quite easy.
I remember when those cars came out, and there was a big clamour for them. Everybody wanted them. Those were the cars to have. The 360 was a very good car before it, but then the 430 just took it on another level.
Yeah, and they won a lot of races back in the days for that reason.
What's the key to this circuit then? Whether it's a classic car or a modern car, what is the key to setting up, let's say, cars from this area that we're watching at the moment, the endurance racing legends?
First of all, this track is, for me, one of the best tracks in Europe to drive from a driver's point of view. Because it's challenging. It's an old-fashioned track. It has fast corners. It has slow corners. It's very technical, and it's one of those tracks that you have to really attack the track to be fast, and that makes it super challenging. Then track knowledge is very important here, because you have to jump over the curbs, but you have to know exactly which curbs you have to jump over and which one you have to stay away from.
And you're not going to tell us that, are you?
Absolutely not.
It's still as competitive as ever. It's been resurfaced relatively recently because of Formula One coming back here, and the run down the hill here from what I still want to call Variante Alta, it's Variante Gresini now for Fausto Gresini, and I'm all for that actually. There used to be a very bumpy patch all the way down through the right-handed kink to Ravazza 1. How much difference are you seeing since that has been smoothed out and resurfaced?
A lot, and that makes it, let's say, a little bit easier from the driver point of view. It helps also to kill the car a little bit less, because it was really harsh on the cars, which improved a lot. So I'm happy with that.
You're still driving?
I am. Not so much racing anymore, but mainly all the cars that we run as a team. I do all the test work and the setup work before coming to the races.
Do you miss the competition?
Absolutely. So I'm waiting for somebody to ask me to do a race.
Well, that's the flag in the sand then. A very fast, capable driver who knows the cars. That's got to be attractive, isn't it? Oh.
And this series, you mentioned it's good to have somewhere to bring these cars out to race. And this series is going from strength to strength. This world feed that we're doing this year, newly brought in for Peter Auto this year. Next year, the whole series becomes the Le Mans Classic series. There's a level of organisation and professionalism here that makes people want to come, and the atmosphere in the paddocks are great.
The atmosphere is great. The nice thing is that most of the drivers who are driving these cars are actually also the owners. Yeah. So that means that they have really passion for these cars, and this is something you feel and you sense in the paddock.
Nicky Pastorelli with us, if you haven't already worked out Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh, Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. We'll hear from him at pit stop time. There's a couple of driver changes to do, so with a bit of luck and a fair wind, we'll get a word from one or two of the starting drivers. Coming to the line now, Jamie Constable pulls up alongside the Dyson number 16 of Christian Albrecht as we wait for the lights to go out and the 40 minutes to start. Just a quick sprint for these cars, and perfect conditions. More than a smattering of people in the grandstand this morning, already keeping out of the sun. It was getting very warm as we pulled in this morning. It's already 25 Celsius in the air, 36 on the track. Will make the tyre engineers keep an eye on that. Pretty decent start as they go across the line. It looks like Sam Hancock has started the second of the Maseratis. Had a good chat with him last night, but once again it's Christian Albrecht in that Dyson livery number 16, the flat bottom car, and Mike Newton straight into second place there, Peter.
Yeah, he got that done straight away. Got a great jump as soon as the light went green. Wang, and he opened up that AR 4-cylinder turbo and managed to nick past on the at the first corner there. So great stuff from Mike Newton, who is now maybe going to get past on the hill on the way up towards Piratella by the Zytek, which should have a bit more horsepower. It's an LMP1 car, whereas it's a LMP2 for Mike, but he's held them off.
That was really interesting because Mike didn't get out the corner as quick because he didn't have the low down grunt, but when the turbo pumped in from that little AR 2-litre 4-cylinder engine, he was at the top of the hill. That, not the flat bottom car, that has got the downforce, it's got the Venturi underneath, so does get some help through the corners. The Albrecht car pulling away, big lock up, I think that was from Mike Newton as he came in there, and that might compromise his exit. The Ferrari of Emmanuel Collard has already got through and passed the Maserati of Joe Macari. Emmanuel still a fast driver, and that 550 Maranello, a perfect weapon for Emmanuel's driving style. Will have a longer pit stop than those around him because he's driving on his own. Great battle for second.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday with Jamie Constable, a little bit steady to get going in the first few laps. So once everything came up to temperature, and maybe he got up to temperature, it was really, really good. But look at the straight line speed of the GT1 Ferrari.
Wow.
That's a GT car. It shouldn't be going past it.
There's a big smile on the face of Nicky Pastorelli there.
Yeah, it's nice to see that actually the GT car is racing the LMP cars. I expect it's going to be just in the first few laps. Well, the LMP cars struggle a little bit more to get the tires up to temperature, and once that's done, they'll be faster.
Great to see Manu still out there racing, Manu Collard, and obviously still racing in contemporary machinery as well with his owner, and having great time in the World Endurance Championship until relatively recently as well.
He was a very sneaky silver. He might be a brilliant bronze very soon, actually.
How old is he now?
I don't know. He's evergreen, isn't he?
He's not as old as me, so
no. So,
nobody's as old as me. Before anybody says that, that's all right.
What he's done in his career. I mean, to win Sebring 12-hour overall in an LMP2 car in 2008 with Romain Dumas and Timo Bernhard, amazing job. And he had to do that not as the regular driver. He was the third driver, and his stint was key to winning that race.
Yeah, didn't get a lot of time in the car coming into. That's the lot of a third driver, and Nicky Pastorelli alongside us for this part of this race at least. We'll let him get back to the paddock in a wee while, but he's enthralled watching. You're enjoying watching this, aren't you? You don't normally get time to do this.
No, it's different for me as well now to see the race from here, because usually we are busy during this race, and actually we are many times racing against Collard in the LMP1 car.
Yeah,
and he's giving us a hard time. He's still very fast.
Yeah, and he still loves it as well. He's always got a smile on his face. It's great to see the calibre of drivers, and of course for some of the owners of the cars to say that you've driven against somebody like Sam Hancock or Emmanuel Collard or Nicky Pastorelli or whoever else. And we had Frank Stippler in the last race, for goodness sake. I mean, that's pretty cool.
It's really nice for them to race against those drivers, but I think they do a really good job at Peter Auto to make the professional or ex-professional drivers.
And they're coming together between Jamie Constable and Manu Collard there going through Tosa.
Oh, that's such an awkward place to be because you can't see it.
Can't say.
With the barrier on the right-hand side. Collard is really up for it today in that Ferrari 550 GT1 Pro Drive, the ex-BMS Scuderia Italia car.
Nice job by Jamie.
Yeah.
So Jamie was trying to come round the outside, out of the Villeneuve chicane and into Tosa. He's there. That is an incident. Did he touch? There was a secondary touch, but did Jamie lose the back of the car first? But that's an accident that I've seen so many times down the years with prototypes and GT cars. You've just got to be so careful as the prototype driver, Nicky, going round the outside. You can't just cut back to the apex. I don't know whether there was initial contact there, mind you.
Yeah, it looked like he came onto the Ferrari. I mean, he knew the Ferrari was there, so it's difficult.
Manuel Collard marching on, those second overall at the moment, leading in GT1. Interesting to swap for second position in GT1. Sam,
where's Mike Newton gone? Mike Newton has dropped way back because he was in second and then third. Have we just got... I think he's got a transponder problem. Okay. No? Yeah, he's just dropping back down again.
Oh, no.
Let's see if we can visually identify where the red, white and blue machine is. That's your leader, Christian Albrecht.
Much better. So they got the rear of the... They obviously had a spare rear bodywork part for that ex-Dyson Racing car. It's been driven by all the Dyson Racing legends. James Weaver, Butch Leitzinger, Andy Wallace. They've all raced this car. A car that was very successful in period back in 2003. Won at Sonoma overall, beating the Audi R8s. Now, whether there was, yes, there was an equivalency for an LMP2 car to race, but no matter what class you're in, if you beat the Audi R8s at that point in time, you've built a proper car and you'd run it properly as well.
Sonoma was a great race circuit to go in the ELMS. I think that was the year that Emmanuel Pirot destroyed one of the Audi R8s going through the uphill at turn 1, and it barely had 3 wheels on it, and he insisted on driving it back. Those things were made out of concrete. It was incredible. We at one stage in the American Series, Nicky, we joked about having to give the drivers sidearms to actually make sure that the guys got out. Here's a battle for position, and that is Mike Newton recovering, I think.
I think it must have been a transponder issue then for Mike Newton, as Sam Hancock's all over the back of him. We had Sam with us yesterday and asked him, I said, what's that Maserati like to drive? He says, fast, very, very fast. Is he going to try and make a move here? No, that prototype just that little bit too good on the brakes. And Mike commented with us when he was in for the touring car race, saying that in period, he raced this car in period, won Le Mans twice, and the GT1s were, if you had your top driver in a GT1, it was a nightmare because they were just really difficult to sort of coexist with, if you like.
That is one thing that's changed now, with GT3 being the GT category in the World Endurance Championship. There's a much bigger speed differential between those and the hypercars. Do you still watch contemporary racing, Nicky?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still interesting to watch. However, I prefer to watch this. I do hear this, because the sound of these cars is really something else, and we really miss that today.
So when you wander around the paddock, you've got those 2 lovely Ferrari 430s that you're running here. When you wander around the paddock, what have you seen here this weekend that you think, I would quite like one of those, or I would quite like to prep or drive one of those?
There are so many nice cars if you go around the back. That's the problem, because this question, they ask me many times this question. It's so difficult to choose one car, because you have cars from the 50s, which are amazing, cars from the 70s. I personally like the 70s sports cars, and 60s, early 70s, like the Ferrari 512M. To drive that around here, it must be amazing.
Can you imagine them also, racing 917s round here without the chicanes?
Yeah.
I can't even process that, Nicky. Yeah. What must that have been like as a driver?
They were like really heroes back in the days.
The Inter Series came here as well. So Willikhausen won in a 917.10. The average speed of his fastest lap was 205 kilometers an hour.
If you think about that, that was just crazy.
You can't think about that if you're going to get behind the wheel of one of those.
You should never think about that if you go.
I've seen some old footage of Shea Adams' dad, Bill Adam, who I commentated with in the States, at Lime Rock Park in Group 44 Jaguars, with no chicane in that. And I look at that and go, Bill, You're wired differently. They are totally wired differently from that era. So half an hour to go. You back in for the rest of this year, Nicky, with some cars?
Yeah, we do all the races. So the next one in Paul Ricard, we have Group C cars as well.
Yeah.
Which for me is also a fantastic era of racing. Spectacular cars, sounding even better. So.
Which cars do you run?
So we're gonna bring the Peugeot 905, which is a very nice car to bring, and the Lola T92. I think probably the two best sounding Group C cars ever built.
Oh my goodness, that Lola T92, that's a really, really interesting car. So who's driving that?
So that's driven by David and Oliver Hart.
Yeah.
Are both really fast drivers.
Very fast.
With that car we have a big chance of having a good result.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Peugeot, whose is that?
The Peugeot is driven by John of B.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. It's that era, that Peugeot era for me. So is that the 905 bis? Is that
Yes, correct.
Yes.
1992 or 3.
2 or 3, yeah, absolutely. I remember that. They weren't great years at Le Mans because we were sort of. That was when Bernie Eccleston was trying to get the manufacturers to go to Formula One, hence the 3.5 litre engine formula for both of that, and he was trying to sort of run Le Mans down. So they weren't great years at Le Mans, but it produced some fantastic cars, some really great cars. And you know, people look at Peugeot now, they forget about Peugeot in that era. Dassault helped them build that car and did a lot of the carbon work underneath. It's actually quite a sophisticated car, even for those days.
It's very sophisticated. If you look at the car, how it's built, how it's made, and then think about early 90s, it's amazing what they did.
In such a short time. Yeah, absolutely right. Nicky, you have to go and get some stuff done.
Yeah.
I thought you would. Thank you
very much. It was a pleasure.
It's been too long since I've seen. Come back and race.
I'll come back, definitely.
Come back and speak, but come back and race.
Better.
I'd like to see you in the car. It's going to be 2 different Classic Le Mans, so we have a Classic Le Mans every year coming up starting next year. Opportunity there for you and for Pastorelli Classic Cars?
I'll plan it.
Excellent. Nicky Pastorelli joining us here in the broadcast centre.
Need to find a Lamborghini GT1 until we get.
Oh, now you're talking. The thumb went up immediately. I tell you what, he still looks as fit as he ever did, and I bet you can still get into your race suits. Nicky Pastorelli still has the passion, doesn't he?
Yep.
So half an hour to go, just under, and the Sam Hancock Vita 4-1, as they call it now, goes through.
Yeah, this is a cool car. Chassis 007. There's only 11 MC12 race cars out there, 2 of them in this race. This was debuted by that team, with the Vitavone team, at Monza in 2005, where Thomas Biaggi and Fabio Babini finished on the podium straight away, but they won.
Thomas Biaggi, there's a name to conjure with.
Yeah, the car won at Ossersleben, Dijon, Adria, Bucharest. It was driven by Alessandro Pierguidi, now Ferrari factory driver, Le Mans winner, and Vincent Voss as well. So it's had some serious peddlers behind the wheel, and it sounds, as you can hear, utterly glorious.
Based on the Ferrari Enzo platform, although more than subtly modified in terms of length, and particularly that one actually hasn't got the full-size wing on. I've just realised that's got the shorter wing.
Yeah, amazing car. Ferrari Tipo F140 engine, excuse me, that was in that, but they extended the Enzo platform out, put a little bit more into the tub for aero purposes, and the MC12 was 30 centimetres longer than an Enzo, so it was a significantly bigger car. As over the line then comes the
new fastest lap,
ex-Dyson Racing Lola, Christian Albrecht, who, remember, has just jumped out of a classic touring car and jumped into an LMP prototype. That's two different cars you just couldn't find, 2 more different cars.
The reason I mentioned the MC12 having the small wing that Sam's driving, that is in the spec that it would have run in FIA GT, which was a slightly taller but narrower wing than they ran in the American Le Mans Series when they were allowed in. Raced in 2005. and 2007. Ricci ran a car in 2005, wasn't eligible for points, and then Freddie Leinhard and Didier Tees came back with the car in 2007.
I mean, it just completely dominated, totally dominated, and it's interesting. It was at a time where Ferrari didn't seem to want to engage in GT1 racing. The car that Manuel Collard's driving, that was a pro-drive effort with private motivation behind it.
Ferrari weren't interested in the GTs at all.
No, they didn't want to engage at all, and that's why the Maserati MC12 came to be, because they wanted to use the Enzo platform. They felt it'd be a great platform to work from to make a GT1 racing car, but didn't want to put the Ferrari brand in that avenue. So the Maserati MC12 came to be. That was looking to Montezemolo with that strategy, and certainly as a strategy in terms of would it make a good competition car, emphatically yes. Utterly dominant. Oh, off goes the 996 twin turbo of Stefan Rottmeier.
Correct. That was the number 50 car. Now, here we have Jamie Constable recovering and going side by side with Mike Newton. Mike doesn't fight that. That's not the same class. Mike in 5th position now as Jamie goes through in the two-tone blue and orange Zytek. And for those that are asking, yes, that is related to Gibson Engineering, as they are now up in Derbyshire, Repton. They used to build the chassis as well up there. As in comes Joe Macari in the Red Bull liveried MC12, again with the FIA GT spec wing on. As I say, it was slightly higher but much narrower than the way they ran it in the IMSA competition in the LMS. They also shortened the nose for IMSA by a considerable amount actually, but it was still by regulation about 2.5 inches too wide, which is why the ACO never allowed it in any of the ACO administered races, so it never ran in the European Le Mans Series. We were still in the midst of the that was 2007. Yeah, we still were. Yeah, still in the midst of the ALMS, which was the de facto World Championship. Then there wasn't a World Endurance Championship. That came much later. But we had the ALMS, which from the early through the mid 2000s was effectively the World Championship anyway. I mean, the 550 nearly didn't happen, Peter, did it? Because of Ferrari's reticence that you were talking about early on. It took 2 stabs at the project to even get it going, and neither of them were supported at all by Ferrari.
No, it was really the motivation and the driving force behind it was a French businessman called Freddie Dorr, who wanted Ferrari to make a factory GT1 car because he wanted to race it. And he gave his own road car to a company called Italtecnica to make it into a GT1 car, which they did. It wasn't quite as successful. He then went to ProDrive and took his Italtecnica car to ProDrive, and they said, we're going to start this from scratch, and that's what they did. They bought George Howard Chapel bought 2 road cars from the Kings Road dealership, the Ferrari dealership, and that was where they started the 2 prototypes from. And
so were they brand new cars?
That's hard to say. I don't know that, to be very honest. But interestingly, they increased the engine capacity from the road cars. The road car at the time was a 5.5 litre. They put it straight up.
Hence 550.
Hence 550, and it went up to 5.8. But then eventually they put it all the way up to 6 litre, so 6 litre V12 in there. And when you see there was an Aston Martin DBR9 racing yesterday. When you look at the ProDrive 550 Maranello Ferrari, and then you go down and look at the ProDrive Aston Martin DBR9, both with 6 litre V12s, you see a lot of the shared learning between the 2 cars, should we say. I
think if you ask people who were involved in both of those projects, they would say that one pretty much begot the other, and a lot of the lessons that were learned on the 550 were transferred over to the Aston Martin project. I don't think it would be fair to say that the second car was just a green Ferrari. Clearly it wasn't, but there was an awful lot of knowledge that was garnered. So pit stop time here, and just over 5 minutes left in the pit stop window. We got a quick glimpse a moment or two ago of a bright orange Lucchini P395 from 1995. That's running as an invitation car here. It's in the right company time-wise, but it probably wouldn't have raced, certainly not at any high level against the cars. That was a slightly lesser category prototype.
Yeah.
Very distinctive car with that high rear wing.
Yeah, it ran at the P395, which is what that one is, chassis 112, ran at the Vallelunga 6 hour in 1997, and at the Monza 1,000 kilometers in 1998. Didn't finish either of them. It was not necessarily a successful car in period, but super light, 635 kilos. Really, really light. 3-litre straight 6 BMW engine that powered it. Kind of looks almost like a little hill climb car, actually, the Lucchini.
I do think that cars like that, though, influenced the thinking in the early 2000s for 675. Effectively, that was the idea, to have a smaller capacity, non-manufacturer supported. Oh, that didn't sound right.
Something wrong with definitely something wrong with the Joe Mackay MC12. That sounded like it dropped a cylinder.
Yeah, at least one.
Yeah, so the window is nearly closing. 3.5 minutes to go. We still have 2 cars owing us a stop. Jamie Constable's just come in with the Zytek, so it's now Mike Newton and Emmanuel Collard who have to bring their MG and Ferrari in respectively. As Collard comes out of Tosa, you could just listen to that car all day. It's one of the most sonorous race cars ever built, the 550 GT1, and
the road car's exactly the same.
Yeah, and it's raced by some of the true greats of motorsport. It was raced to a podium at Le Mans in class with Colin McRae, Ricard Rydell and Darren Turner.
Danica Patrick race 1 in Petit Le Mans.
Yeah,
with some success.
Peter Cox drove one.
Oh, Peter Cox really drove it.
Yeah, the who's who really of the
Brabs drove the very early. Was that one of the early Pro Drive cars? The Cooper's Bitter car, which ended up down in Australia. It might have been one of the very early ones, even possibly prior to Freddie Dawn.
Could have been. Could have been, yeah, it just shows you at that time Pro Drive were really in there. I mean, they still are an amazing company, but at that time, of course, we're in the winning World Rally Championships with Subaru. Very, very clever people on that organisation. But replay from earlier on, Jamie Constable just getting a little bit too up close and personal with the Ferrari of Emmanuel Collard. The team going to work, OC Racing. And now this is attention to detail. They've got exactly the right shade of tape.
Oh, very good.
To tape up the bodywork. That is a professional race team.
Do you match the tape to the bodywork or the bodywork to the tape? That 550, the David Brabham guy, shared that with Alan Simonson at a race that I was at, which was the Bahrain International Circuit GT Festival of Speed. Red Ferrari with the kangaroo on the front of it, and I don't think that car was headed, and it was an hour long, that race. I remember watching the start of that race from a police helicopter that was circling around with my pit cameraman. I was on pits duty, and because we knew nothing was going to happen in the pits, we jumped in a police helicopter and they offered to give us a lift around the circuit. And the guys at Green Light from the Isle of Man were filming that. It was a phenomenal effort. There was a Chrysler Viper in second, Fred Macavecchi there, and a Celine S7, Dominic Dupuis, Francois Fillet. Very good.
Great to see the number 31 Courage out there as well. Car actually raced in period by Sam Hancock, and he recently had the car for sale. Car now owned by Mark Drain, who's driving it at the moment. In also comes Emmanuel Collard, having a little bit of tape work done to the front aero flicks after that little bit of contact with the Zytec. Goodyear tyre engineers also having a close look at things. So Emmanuel Collard driving on his own, so he still has to come in and do the pit stop time. So we can just have a little bit of a debrief with the team. That car was hugely successful at the time, owned, but it wasn't a works car. It was a BMS Scuderia Italia privateer car, but it won its first 5 races in a row, 12 in total. Hugely successful car in period, that exact chassis, CRD 04.
See, now with a bit of judicious use of the internet, I find that Simonson and Brab's car at Bahrain was an ex-Reese competition car, one of the old Olive Garden cars from 2003.
So it would be an Intel Technica then, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Now problem here for the number 31, Mark Drain, the Courage. Just as we mentioned, it's nice to see it. It's not nice to see it going at this pace. It's well below the pace it's capable of. What's happened here?
And he's right at the start of the lap there. He's barely halfway around the lap, and he's got to go up 2 hills. Zach Towson now. That doesn't sound right either, does it?
And that's running the AER engine as well. Same engine you'll find.
Yeah, that's running the big AER engine, not the 2 litre.
Not sure to be honest. Depends. You could put lots of different engines in that car.
Or could you ever?
Yeah. Pretty sure it was the 2 litre though, because it was the LMP2 class. So 13 minutes left then, and Alex Rittweger has taken over the number 2 machine from Sam Hancock, currently sitting in the GT1 class in 3rd. Has Emmanuel Collard back on the move. Of course, Emmanuel Collard, as a pro driver, has to serve a longer minimum pit stop time. So actually Joe Macari has gone into the lead of GT1, but there's 12 minutes and a bit left for Collard to run down Macari.
There were 2 2-litre engines, of course. There was the MG P07 AER, and there was the Ford engine as well.
Yeah,
Ford AER.
Courage C65, you could have a JPX V6, a Judd V8, an AER 2-litre turbo, which I'm pretty sure that's the engine that's in it just now. Willman 3.4 V6 or a Mechachrome V8 3.4.
Yeah,
lots of different.
Two 2-litre engines. Although I think they were just cam cover badges, because the Ford AER and the what was called the XP20 Rover engine, or the P07 MG engine, were both 1995 cc.
So the 31 Courage coming in, unfortunately, car with a lot of pedigree behind it, with the 2004 Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres, Silverstone 1,000 kilometres, and Spa 1,000 kilometres, with where Sam drove with Jules Gounon's dad, John Mark. Raced in America as well, won the Sebring 12-hour in class as well. So this is a seriously credible chassis, but there's something not right with it.
I'll keep an eye on that, Peter, whilst you settle our guest in. And yeah, well, they're taking their pit stop. Actually, that's the 2nd time they've been in, so this is not a standard pit stop at all, and it crawled in.
Good chance.
Yeah, he's getting out.
Good chance for the fan there to get a proper photograph of it, at least, if all things be positive. So Ross Hyatt has joined us in the commentary booth. Ross, what do you make of all this? This is a bit more modern than what the stuff we see you in.
Yeah, it's in theory this is where I would have progressed to if I'd wanted to, or could have done, or even had the talent. They're great cars to see. Just watching my friend Jamie Constable, who's out there in a Zytec, and my team basically Trevor Foster, who runs the Pegasus team, he designed that car, and Andy, who's one of our engineers, he did the engine for it. So we're rooting for the Zytec, if you like. I've got absolutely no temptations to get in it, but I think you've met one of my sons, Charlie, and he's desperate to get in it.
I bet he is. I bet he is. These were just mentioning Nicky Pastorelli, who was with us earlier on. These were great days.
Oh yes.
And this was an era when it was an open chassis formula, which we've sort of moved away from now. Yes. And I understand the reasons behind that. So I'm not thinking like a dinosaur and saying everything has to say the same.
It became an arms race again, didn't it?
It did.
Motorsport arms race, where just the intelligence of the engineers was fantastic, but the costs just kept going up and up and up and up. And of course, it then becomes a dinosaur because you self-defeat yourself by we're the quickest car, but nobody wants to race us because they can't get near us, and it's a shame. So, as we've all learnt, a degree of control is what's really required. And for me, as a sort of the old-style driver, I don't like all these driver aids. I much prefer that you get back to, which is why we race the stuff I race, is that you get back to where the driver still has a major input into the result.
In the prototypes of this era, particularly the non-factory cars, let's call it, the P2s and the 675s, which came just after, it was a chassis formula. You got an engine from somewhere, and pretty much, I remember talking to Martin Bahrain about it, God rest his soul, at the time, and I said to him, so what are you going to do? He said, we're going to have 10 cars. He was very bullish, and he said, we're going to build 10 cars. And what engine? He said, right, well, we've got to make it so they can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 engines, because people will, and we were just talking about that Courage having 2 different 2-litre engines. There was the Mechachrome engine, there was the Ford-based engine, there was the Judd-based engine as well on that, and that ultimately, of course, came with some compromises where if you built one car to one engine, you had a better mousetrap, and that's what you were talking about.
And actually, how clever is that? I mean, to be able to do that so that you can get different levels of driver, different classes. You can get a mass cost, a reduction in the mass cost, because you can build 50 chassis rather than 2, and you can spread your cost across it all, and which should make it the entry level better. And I suppose that's really what we're seeing now in LMP2, isn't it? We're seeing current day formulas. There's really one chassis that works, and everybody goes there. So
Orica's built, I think, 130 odd of those, so they've amortized their original costs pretty well.
But all the earlier chassis, of course, they're now, nobody wants them, and so you've now got a problem in terms of, well, how do I sell those? So the value of them falls like a stone, and economically it becomes a big issue. My daughter is here with Manny, who is I forgot his Maldonado, sorry, I know his cousin. And he's racing with United, and they were testing in Silverstone, and they've got another chassis which they've been testing because they've been struggling. They were last at the last 2 races. They've tested a new chassis, exactly the same chassis. It's half a second lap faster. It puts them in the top 3. I mean, it's scary, but everybody's paying the same amount of money, like $1.5 million for a season, which is 6 races, not including Le Mans.
Right.
And you just wonder, well, how long is this going to go, and how long will people be able to keep funding those type of levels?
But the interesting thing about that is, for the European series, $1.5 million for a season, but that is a fraction of the cost that people are paying for single-seater racing.
Oh yes, absolutely true. But of course, that's the dream for everybody, is to do the single-seater, and they all want to be in F2 and following the Formula 1 teams around. I totally get it, and when you're young and enthusiastic towards all of this, it's your drive and your passion, and isn't that fantastic? Let's not stop that, because that's what motorsport is all about. Drive, for me, it's about passion, it's about the thrill of it, and I always say motorsport is a series of disappointments with the occasional high.
That's another great T-shirt. That's the second good T-shirt we've had this week. So what part then does things like ERL, Peter Auto, this series, which is going to be rebranded as Le Mans Classic Series for next year, an annual Le Mans Classic with two different distinct age group and atmospheres, I would think. What part does that play in making these cars viable and keeping people involved?
Well, it's a very, very good point. It's the viability, isn't it? If you haven't got a series, and we've just seen Peter Auto launch GT3, and you won't be too surprised that every time I wake up, Charlie is saying, Dad, we need a GT3. And when I go to bed, he's saying, Dad, we need a GT3.
Shame he didn't say it 18 months ago when you could have bought one for 3/5 of nothing at all.
Really? You should say that. Needless to say, Trevor Foster, the wise old man that he is, bless him, he's saying, well, that's great, Charlie, but 18 months ago we could have bought two.
Yeah.
Now we'll be lucky to buy one. But there you go, we've got a classic. It's suddenly come out, and we've now got a series that hopefully won't suffer some of the problems they did in the day, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Because people were just driving into each other all the time.
Touring car style, yeah.
And Peter Auto, this is where I link the two bits together, rather cleverly if I may say so. The Peter Auto part is that they have said you pay 50% of the damage of the other person.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of the people who are going to be doing these GT3s are a little bit older, so they're hopefully a little less enthusiasm on the right foot. And therefore, if they're going to suddenly start facing my own bill, plus I've got to pay half of his bill, and the thing that Peter Auto do that I think is exceptionally good, is that they say you can't race until the other person has said it's cleared.
Ah, very interesting.
Yeah. So otherwise you just get that, oh well, it's a big bill, I'm not going to pay, I'll just keep going or whatever. But then you're not allowed to race in another Peter Auto race until it's been cleared. So I think that is...
How's that gone down in the paddock, Ross?
But it's just announced. I mean, Mark announces it at every race. I've had experience of it in Qatar when we were racing, and I ended up with a car sat on my roof, which was an interesting concept. We then accelerated off my roof, and then whatever damage he did on one side, he then did on the other side as well. But anyway,
for the sake of probity and symmetry, excellent.
Yes, I think he just wanted to get off my roof, so but he's literally sat on the top of it. So it was a long way to go for four corners. And in fairness, that gentleman came to my offices, and we sorted it out, and he paid half of it, and we all carried on. And Peter Auto said, all right. I said, it's all good, it's all done. I mean, that is, I think, a really good way forward. If you can police it.
Bit of Maserati that shouldn't have been off has come off. That was the Sam Hancock car. Who's in that now?
Alex Rittberger, the owner.
I think that was part of the front splitter, actually.
Yeah, that's much good. I mean, just as we're chatting, there was a switch for the lead in GT1 with Emmanuel Collard going through on Joe Macari, and actually the Joe Macari car getting a 30-second time penalty for minimum pit stop time as well. So that should mean that Emmanuel Collard should be safe with
three different categories of cars. No, it was something on the track already. So I think it was just a piece of tape or something.
Jamie's quite brave, isn't he?
He is, yeah. That was, sorry, unless you were watching this, the three people just went into one corner where only two could go. So and came out the other side of it.
Very odd.
Yeah, that was...
Coming down to the last minute and a half, Ross Hyatt is with us in the booth here. It's Christian Albrecht who's driven this flat-bottomed MG Lola very, very well indeed over the last couple of days, clearly enjoying himself, and that car is very, very fast in a straight line. So rest of the season, Ross, for you and the Pegasus team?
We're going to continue. We've got the CSL, BMW CSL here today in the Heritage.
Still my beating heart.
Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you. The car's good as well.
Yeah.
And so I'm doing that with my son, Nick. I'm campaigning, and poor old Mark is sick to death of hearing me, to have two classes in the HTC, to have a 12 valve, a 12 valve and a 24 valve. As the real proper Batmobile, the original ones with the 24 valve engines, are fantastic, but they are expensive to run and expensive engines. We've got a 12 valve, and we know many other 12 valves that will hopefully come out. So if we can split the class structure, and that would be great. Charlie's out in the B19. We had a throttle problem yesterday with it, and that, strangely enough, it was the pedal. We thought it was the throttle cable, but it was the pedal, and not his right foot for a change. I think from Le Mans, it just got so wet. Somewhere it became stiff and kept sticking on going through the corners. So hopefully he and Jamie Constable will have a good drive, a good race today. But it'll be about brakes. I mean, this circuit is all about brakes. And sadly, we lost our T70 at Le Mans. The engine went. So that will be out later on in the season. And then we're out in the green B31 in the CER2, and that'll be Charlie and I seeing if we can get to the end without any brake failures. Anyway, the race is finished, so I'll let you finish.
Christian Albrecht has come through. Jamie Constable to come through in about half a minute's time. Ross Hyatt talking to us about the excitement to come both later today and later in the series. Before I let you go, Ross, you are proudly wearing your BRDC.
Oh yes.
On there. How's things at the club doing, and big things happening at Silverstone in terms of grassroots with the new kart circuits, etc., etc. How's things at the BRDC?
Well, I did my stint, nearly 10 years as a director, so I went through all the joys of dealing Bernie and the F1 contracts and all of that. So and then Liberty Media came in. So I must be honest, I stepped back a lot from getting involved because it was really, it was a full-time job. But I'm really pleased because I started in karting, and I've been campaigning for a long time for us to have a proper kart circuit, because we have got kart circuits in the UK, it's absolutely correct, but we haven't really got an international one. And I think that the thing that the BRDC can do and is doing is to bring through young drivers and help them, not necessarily with money. It was a big misconception when we started launching the young driver program. Oh, the BRDC is just going to be handing out cash. And that's just a bottomless pit. But if we can hand out contacts, intelligence, knowledge,
experience. Look at the membership. There's an absolute plethora of experience within the membership.
Yeah, and there is huge interest to help. And so we encourage all the drivers, all the British drivers. In fact, I encourage any driver. I started my two boys, Nick and Charlie, who'd never driven before, in Sports 2000.
Wow.
And what a fantastic series that is. It's low cost. I mean, it costs us, I don't know, £15,000 for the whole season, including entry fees and tyres. And their times are not far off touring cars around something like Brands Hatch Indy.
Wow.
So a great way for them to learn. And then from there's some fantastic drive. These guys are just eat, live, sleep, drink motorsport. And we need to do that, because at the moment, the biggest challenge, I think, to all motorsport is sim racing. I totally get it. I understand why, and cost and all the rest of it. But if we're not careful, we're going to be seeing really depleted numbers on the grid of young people coming through. A, because of cost and that barrier to entry. And B, because all their friends and Max Verstappen, Lando, etc., their peer group that they're looking to emulate are all racing on these things, which is fantastic. I mean, it's great.
And it does bring some people into the sport.
Yes.
I mean, you included, and Peter and I have both done esports in our previous careers. But yes, I see what you mean. One has to exist at the same as the other. There's got to be a symbiotic relationship. You can't have it any other way.
Well, why do they want to do it? Well, because they want to do it because what they've seen on the track. So there is a great correlation.
Yeah.
You need to do something.
I'm just going to say thank you very much, Ross. You know, you're very welcome to come and see us anytime we're at these meetings.
Well, I'm always here, and as my children always say, Dad, never use a single word when 1,000 spring to mind. So if
it'll be Bruce and Andrew Marriott, Bruce Jones and Andrew Marriott down at Ricard.
I normally have a chat with them.
So pop in and see those guys. And
Andrew, brilliant. It's still going, isn't it? And Bruce as well. I mean, you forget how long he's been doing this as well.
Bruce was editor of Autosport even before I ended up working at Autosport.
Yeah.
So that, and he's still writing.
It's great that you guys are doing this because it makes it interesting. It gives people. I mean, I sit and listen to it because I learn things about these things. You don't. It's amazing your knowledge. So please keep doing it. It's fantastic what you do. So thank you from all of us.
Very kind of you to say. Ross Hyatt joining us here in the booth with a win for the Dyson liveried number 16. The Zytek in second, and Mike Newton's car also there as a class winner in the sunshine here at Imola. So once again, great entertainment as we move through the day here, and we're going right through till 7 o'clock this evening, Central European summertime. Next up, almost 24 of the Gentleman Challenge race cars. These are cars from the late 50s into the early to mid 60s. With the Tejero Akiriakos, which was triumphant yesterday. Cooper, Lister Coston Jaguar. One of two Morgan SLRs that we have this weekend of the three that were built. John Emberson will have his car out in this race. Jaguar, Austin Healey, Alfa Romeo, Ferrari. All coming up in just a few minutes' time. Warm welcome to Imola, Sunday morning. Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh and Joe Bradley with you, and the action today from the Imola-Classic, part of Historic Racing by Peter Auto. And we have a stunning grid of cars for you coming up next. They're just about to roll out onto their formation lap for the second race of the weekend for the Gentleman Challenge, Peter. And you were very happy yesterday because Dr. Afshin Fatemi was victorious in the Tajero EE being Ecurie Cos from a part of Edinburgh that is well known to you, that old workshop.
Yeah, just round the corner from where my mother-in-law lives. Ecurie Cos were one of a couple of private racing stables that were very much championing Scottish motorsport at the time, and there was a great rivalry actually between the Ecurie Cos from Edinburgh and the Border Reivers from the borders just further south of Edinburgh, and these were effectively privately funded racing stables that went out and competed on an international level in many cases. And you know, the Tajero AA that's going to be driven by Dr. Afshin Fatemi is a car that was commissioned by the owner of Ecurie Cos, David Murray. He commissioned John Tajero to build a coupe for going to Le Mans, which is what they did. They did take the car to Le Mans. 2 were built in total, and they commissioned an artist basically in Cavendish Morton to design the body of the car, and yet the bill was never paid to Cavendish Morton. 26 and 5 shillings, which was actually, that debt was settled when Graham Gould wrote a book about Ecurie Cos in the early 90s and interviewed Cavendish Morton about it, and they were told it hadn't been paid for it. But 26 and 5 shillings, I think it was fairly easy to settle that bill. And then Wakefield's of Byfleet, they created the body for the car in just 6 weeks, an aluminium body in 6 weeks. Imagine that, getting it ready to go to Le Mans, and then on the Monday of Le Mans race week, ready to go to there, and the truck crashed in Kent.
Oh, wow.
But they still made it to scrutineering in time, so it's got quite a story, that Tajero AA in it. At the win yesterday for Dr. Afshin Fatemi, he was imperious, has to be said.
In difficult conditions at times, because it wasn't as bright and sunny as it is now. It will be that Tajero number 100, the mostly Ecurie Cos blue, but some exposed beaten bodywork on that car, which has been on the car for most of the season. In fact, I think it gained a bit more. Now, whether that was deliberate or whether that is accident repair, fill in the blanks yourself on that, but it does give the car a very particular character and patina. Frederick Wakeman is alongside on the Cooper T38 from 1955, so a full 10 years older, that car, the number 11 machine, but very quick indeed, Peter.
Yeah, really impressive. I was amazed at just how much performance that car had. The number 11 Cooper T38, one of only 3 ever made. It's a 7-figure car in terms of its value, but a really cool story. It was a Yorkshire businessman called Graham Whitehead who approached Cooper with the idea to have a Jaguar-powered sports car. That's what they did. 250 horsepower in 1955. Major power. And actually, it was so, what they came up with was so good that it actually received Jaguar's official blessing as a project.
Interesting, because behind it, John Space has already been victorious in another category this morning on the inside of row 3. Is another pole sitter, effectively. All the top 3 cars are separate classes. And that is another Jaguar-powered car from the 50s, from 1959, this one, which is the Lister Coston, again with that straight 6 Jaguar power plant.
And that particular car that John Spears was driving, BHL 135, is the last ever car to leave the Lister factory in Cambridge in 1959, which is really cool. Last production Lister Coston ever built. Most of these cars were shipped to the US with no engine in them. And then they'd have whatever power plant added to it. But the car then came back to the UK in the late 80s. The chassis itself was the existing Lister chassis, but they put a more aerodynamic body on it, which was designed by Frank Coston, hence the name Lister Coston.
Then we've got another very rare car, John Emberson's Morgan. We've mentioned that there are only 3 in the world. We have 2 in the paddock this weekend. Extraordinary car, and not like any Morgan that's probably our audience have seen, unless they've seen these cars running from the mid-1960s onwards.
There's only 3 ever built. There's a silver one, which is the one that John Emberson's driving. There's a red one that's also here. It's racing in the 60s Endurance, or did race in the 60s Endurance yesterday. And there's a green one as well. That's it. That's how rare they are. And there's several other cars in the grid, very, very rare indeed. A couple of Porsche 904s. That's a seriously rare car too. I mean, over 100 built, but that's it. So this is very, very cool indeed. Gentleman Challenge, an eclectic grid and full of stories.
Yeah, there's a nice Alfa Romeo as well in there as we come to the line with that beaten silver and blue Paul sitting Tejero, and then the darker blue Frederick Wakeman Cooper T38. It's a nice grouping as they come to the line for a 45-minute pit stop race. Just waiting for the starting gantry lights to go out. It's quite a long run. That's the finish line that they've just gone past, but the start line is about 200 meters further down the track, and the lights go green and we are racing, and jumping straight out into the lead is that Tejero with Nigel Greensall, I think, following him through there in the number 88 from the second row of the grid, which would be the Lister Coston Jaguar. Yes, absolutely so. And then the Morgan going through, so John Emberson getting a good start as well. So Frederick Wakeman in the T38 off the front row, dropping back just a little bit. And I'm just looking to see if there was a problem there. No, he's still rolling.
Right there in third at the moment.
Yeah.
In the T38 Cooper is Frederick Wakeman. A great start from Nigel Greensall in the 88 blue Lister Coston, and then not too far behind John Emberson in that Morgan SLR. Had a great chat with John early on in the week, and he was talking. He owns a super cool Corvette C6R GT2, which would have been here, but unfortunately they found they had a valve spring problem at the Imola-Classic, and the engine is actually in America at the moment, being brought back to health by Dan Binks, who of course ran those cars in the period. So hopefully we'll see the car out at the next Peter Otto event,
which is at Paul Ricard.
And that'll be
in a month or so's time.
Circuit to drive that car on. Get it opened up down the long back straight, down the Mistral.
Oh yes. So in the sunshine in Italy at Imola, a circuit that has so much sports car and endurance history. And Dr. Fatemi not frightened to pitch that Tejero Coupe, the Acuria Cos car, into the Rivazzas, sliding the car out. Oh, listen to that. Low slung front end on that car. Sort of just beginning to understand the ideas of frontal area and aerodynamics in the mid-1960s. A lot of people jumping across from aerospace into motorsport and jumping backwards and forwards, Peter, and a lot of the same manufacturing techniques in terms of aluminium being used, etc., etc. And we start to see the change in the purpose-built racing cars towards a more aerodynamic, slippery design.
Well, the Porsche 904 was very much like that. It was quite a step away from what Porsche had done up to that point with the box frame chassis, and then the body was a fiberglass body built by a company called Henkel, who were an aircraft manufacturer.
Yeah, and made little bubble cars as well.
Yes, yeah. So they totally different than what they'd done in the past. A coupe as well, of course, and most of the other cars that had up to that point had been Spiders, so really, really different. But for me, the 904, it kind of sits on its own out of Porsche. It doesn't necessarily sit in the design language, if you like, of the time, but it's a gorgeous car and seriously valuable for good reason. And it was a car where Bootsy Porsche, who actually left the family business in the early 70s to start Porsche Design, that was his project in terms of the way the car looked, and its aesthetics are obvious to see.
So already the Teixeira pulling out a comfortable lead, but we have got battles indeed. That's a change of position, isn't it, Peter?
It is, yeah. So Frederick Wakeman has got back past in the Cooper T38. So got past Nigel Greensaw for second place. The Greensaw keeping a watching brief at the moment as they come through Rivazza. Open top cars, quite handy in these
I think so.
Miami temperatures, up to 27 degrees ambient already. It's only 25 past 11.
Look at the track temperature. We're getting up over 40 Celsius again, Peter. And when we saw that on Friday and the early part of Saturday, the track does get quite greasy. It was some 20 degrees lower than that at times yesterday, even before it started raining. And this morning we started off around about 22, 23 degrees Celsius. But this is not the hottest part of the day yet, certainly as far as the track is concerned. That track temperature, I suspect, will continue to rise.
It will, yeah. It'll just climb all the way through the day, and yeah, if you're in a closed cockpit car, it's going to get very, very hot. I would think it's very hot on board that Teixeira right now for Dr. Asim Fatemi. The two British lightweight machines coming into Tosa at the moment. Frederick Wakeman in the black Cooper T38, Nigel Greensaw in the blue with white striped number 88 Lister Coston Jaguar. Coming through now through Paratella, slipping and sliding around. You can hear those beautiful Jaguar engines just roaring and echoing through the countryside here in Imola. And it is that sort of circuit. It sits in a kind of park, and it weaves its way through around Imola almost. It's a truly unique circuit, a beautiful place to come racing.
Frederick Wakeman's car, one of many that you'll see throughout our coverage of the Historic Racing by Peter Auto 2025 season, still wearing its UK number plate that it would have been issued with at the time, and from the originally registered by that number plate in the northwest of England. That's a Preston plate, PK.
I just imagine driving one of those on the road.
Yeah.
Cooper T38 on the road. Wow, it's almost got a bit of the Shelby Cobra about it.
Over the rear arches, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of its design. And then the Lister is like, it's almost like a Bonneville. It was designed to be quick at Le Mans.
Yeah.
And the Lister Coston is, it's got that almost Bonneville dragster look to it.
Both of those cars putting in their fastest laps of the race at two. Oh, the leader spun. The leader has spun at Tamburello and into the gravel with the front wheels. I wonder if there's enough purchase to get out backwards. Oh, trying to drive out forwards. Oh, yes, well done. Keep the revs up and onto the track. So was that just a little bit? Yeah, it was. We said he'd been pitching it in. You know what? That looks like a driver error, but I don't think it is. I think that's the track temperature coming up and the rear tyres getting overheated. He's been pitching that car in like that all the way through.
Which I think you can give to driver. It's not the car. It's not a technical problem. It's the driver just having to adapt to that. You're right. It's difficult, very difficult with the track temperature climbing, much hotter than we've seen in the previous races. So interesting stuff. But this car does have the pace, and Dr. Asim Fatemi has been driving it very, very well. So he's got a bit of work to do now. 16 seconds up towards Frederick Wakeman and John Spears, who I'm sure drove past going, oh, Christmas Day to us.
Well, it's Christmas Day for us as well, because now we get to see Dr. Fatemi charging back, because that car is probably a second or a second and a half quicker when pushed than the guys who were ahead of him.
Is this going to be a true Scottish underdog story?
Yeah, could be. You were very excited yesterday about that car, weren't you?
Yes. Exactly. Well, not often do you have many connections.
So here's a question.
Of a car, drivers, obviously, yes, plenty of good Scottish drivers, but in terms of actual cars with the Scottish connection are quite rare. Helmut Impson rallying, classic rallying, but that's about it.
What was that? It was Bathgate they were built, weren't they?
Linwood.
Oh, Linwood, yeah. The other Talbot Chrysler Roots plant.
Part of the well, it's like Bathgate no more, Linwood no more, Lewis no more, Sky no more.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Proclaimers, just in case those of you
thinking, what is he having a stroke?
Yeah, absolutely. Just in case you didn't get the reference there. I have to ask you, as someone who lived in the environs of Edinburgh for quite a long time, is there a blue pack or anything that actually designates the old Kyriakos?
I'm not sure actually, but funny enough, my mother-in-law lived very close. Because they actually, John Tejero and David Murray met on Cambridge Street, which is literally the next street along, to discuss the project.
Not Cambridge Street, yeah.
Yeah, so they, no, I'm not sure actually, but funny enough, my mother-in-law, she knows the current Kyriakos owner very well, Hugh McCaig.
Yeah.
So Scotland's a small place, I suppose. But
there needs to be something there.
I hope so.
Because it is such an evocative part of British and world motorsport for so many different reasons, not least of which the Le Mans wins, of course, which were, even in those days, were pretty extraordinary. And you know, Le Mans, some people say, is the greatest race in the world, certainly one of them. And I say that as somebody who is very much attached to Le Mans. But back in the era when Kyriakos were winning outright at Le Mans, it was a huge, huge world event. And for them to be able to do that from a workshop in the centre of Edinburgh, albeit with some very good driving and engineering talent, these things don't happen by accident. But I suspect that if that was somewhere in France, or certainly Italy, or possibly even Germany, then that place would have protected status.
That's a good question. That's when I'm going to follow up when I get home.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm intrigued.
I want pictures.
Okay.
At RSL_studio, by the way, if you can answer that question, and if you've got a picture of anything of the old Kyriakos premises in the Mews in Edinburgh. Screaming across the line now is the 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2 with the blue on the recessed cam tail at the back. Again, it's all down to aero. Look at the shape of that car. Not dissimilar to the Tejero with that low slung front end, engines under there, of course, but it's absolutely instantly recognisable as an Alfa with the shield grille. Looks like the left-hand exhaust just throwing out a little bit of unburnt fuel on the leaders. On the third place car, although they're still leading in class.
Just on the fight back now, a couple of seconds quicker than John Spears on that last lap. We thought it was Nigel Greensall who was in that car.
That's just swapped, yeah.
Yeah, it's John Spears, not Nigel Greensall. Okay, so Nigel Greensall waiting in the wings at the moment is Dr. Ashim Fatemi, who was leading the race by a good margin, got stuck in the gravel at Tamburello and got back going again, so a bit of work to do to catch back up again. Further back in the field, we have this is an almost all British battle here. We've got the Lotus Elite being chased down by the TVR Grand Tourer, by the Austin Healey of Francois Fillon, and then the Alfa Romeo Giulietta SE Coda Tronca of Matthias Kerber.
And mention for Mark Ashworth in the number 87 Grand Tourer, the white car. I mixed Mark and his son Simon up yesterday. Apologies for that. But a good chat with Mark and Angela last night. Simon at work this weekend, but coming back over to Europe and to the UK next weekend, actually, to race at Alton Park. Pass on my best to Simon, who I know will be tuned in. Whatever, I can't do the time change. He's ahead of us, isn't he? He's in our future in Hong Kong at the moment. Hello, Simon. Had a good chat with your dad last night.
And Angela's going to be ready in the pits with the watch, ready to go for the pit timing as well.
Team principal, we crowned her last night, not just logistics and team manager, team principal.
And I have to say, I've never seen such enthusiasm from a pit crew member for the car coming in, almost like dancing up and down, doing like a
jumping jack type of thing.
Jumping jacks, that's it, so there was no, Mark had absolutely zero excuse to miss his
Totally. Team effort, very much Team Ashworth, and having a great time. Running in 7th in Class F at the moment, among some pretty exotic machinery. That's TVR Grand Tourer Mark III from 1965.
Beautiful little car.
Great.
Yesterday, how my era of TVR, I think of like a TVR Tuscan or a Sagaris, and so they were very outlandish cars, the later TVRs. And then you look at the early TVRs, like that, the Grand Tourer of the mid-60s, you think that's such a delicate and subtle, very fine car, and it's just so different.
Isn't there that Jaguar engine? Cooper T38, YPK 400, as I said, PK Preston area.
The Tajiro, what would it have? What would the Edinburgh one be?
Ooh,
if Archer is SP now.
SK, SL, SM, SN, SO,
okay.
SP, yeah. They all got banged in together, but Newcastle used to be UP and VK. Sunderland was BR and GR.
Can you remember the number plates of all your cars?
Yeah.
See, that's
LV was Liverpool. I can remember the number plates of all my dad's cars, definitely.
Wow.
So we started with the ABR327B, Ford Anglia, Sunderland registered car. Then OLV223F, which was a car we bought and repaired and put back on the road. Then we had XPY851K. That was my dad's first brand new car, which we bought in North Yorkshire. That was a 4-door Hillman Avenger.
My stepdad's the same. He can remember all of his cars.
Have you read Adrian Newey's How to Build a Race Car book? He quotes all of it. Had me laughing my head off when I was reading that, because the very first time he talks about a car and his mum coming to pick him up from school when he had some minor indiscretion, he not only quotes the make and model of the car but the registration number as well. I find it much more difficult with the new style of UK plates, to the point where I'm trying to think. All bar one of the cars actually they've all got distinctive plates on, and I chose all but 2 of them just so I can remember them. So Eve's got 2, which is a 7 and 17 with the same prefix and the same suffix. And I've got J24 hours, obviously, J24 HRS, that I put on my first ever new car. And the 968 came with a very distinctive number on, as did the 993. So I'm quite fortunate I don't have to remember.
Lock up for the number 220, Austin Healey of Jean-Pascal Courel, sitting in 9th position at the moment, 6th in class. Just that Ravats have many drivers getting it wrong in there. Of course, no ABS long before ABS appeared on race cars anyway, at the Zeltweg 1,000 kilometres in 1971.
And just to follow and finish off on that number plate thing, my motorbike, which I've now had for 10 years and has 2 letters, 2 numbers, 3 letters, version of UK. And as I say, I've had it for 10 years. You'd think I'd know it by now. Still can't remember it. Still can't remember. Oh, another Healy going round. What a beautiful colour that is. The 557 is Philippe Petit in... That's just a bit lighter than California Sage, the Aston Martin colour, I think. It might be.
Pit window is open.
Yeah, opened. Yeah, about a minute ago. I think that's varying grip level on the tarmac now, Peter. I really do.
Even in a contemporary car, it's a really difficult section. Even if you're in a contemporary car with a lot of aero and big grip, coming over the hill there at Ravazza, it's down. It's really steep downhill. It doesn't look as much.
I can't speak. I'm having too much fun. Marcel Peter in the Healy. That is one of the 3000s. Straight six, of course. And I've just got to love straight six engines as well.
Yeah, they do. They sound amazing, don't they? Speaking of, yeah, the two Jags looking good. Interestingly, Dr. Afshin Fatemi, I wonder if he's maybe been spooked slightly by that early that spin into the gravel at Tamburello, because he's not run down the gap to...
Yeah, but I mean, he's got half the race still to go, Peter, and he's only 6.5 seconds from second, and 17 seconds from the lead. That's about the same.
It's actually grown a bit.
Yeah.
Only by a second or so, but he's into the pits now, so maybe a chance for a little bit, let the tyre cool off maybe a bit.
And go again, because he was very quick off the start, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
Very quick indeed.
Front left looked a little bit wobbly there, but maybe that was just my eyes deceiving me.
So this is pit stop time, and that means we can check in with some of the teams. I can see that Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane, and that is the Grand Tourer of Mark Ashworth in the pit lane.
A beautiful car, isn't it, with that sort of creamy white with the two green stripes up the side. With his wife Angela with the stopwatch at the ready.
Let's get down to the Ashworth team principal then, with Joe Bradley.
Angela here is Mark, the driver's wife and team principal. Now Angela is orchestrating the pit stop with the stopwatch, showing Mark just how long he's got in the pits. She's already handed him the drinks bottle, and we're gonna have a chat to Angela and just see what it is about the pit stop that is absolutely crucial. Also, we've got another member of the crew standing there to wave the car off. Once Angela here, who's also in charge because she's Mark's wife, she's getting ready to wave him off. Mark puts the car in gear, still counting down, and off he goes. Angela. So it's very, very... Mark does all the work out on track, and it could all go horribly wrong right there with the pit stop, can't it? So that's quite a bit of pressure.
It is, especially from your husband when he's shouting at you all the time.
Well, aren't you in charge in the household?
Usually. Yeah. But I do get overruled here, but we have made special signs so that he listens to us now. We have a special in sign, which means that he knows that we know something that he doesn't know.
All right, and do you keep it that way?
Yes, sometimes.
What is it? All right, it's a lovely ambience that we have a wife and husband as a driving team. What is it about the Peter Auto events that draw you guys to this wonderful atmosphere?
It's a long way for us. It took us 25 hours from actually Caen to get here, which is 2.5 days. But we do like to do it ourselves because we make a little bit of an event of it and try and find somewhere to stay that's nice getting here. But my husband is always focused on wanting to get here, so the way back is nicer.
And are you going to be driving all the way to Paul Ricard?
Yes, we are. Yeah, and I actually share the driving a little bit.
Wonderful dinner organised last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
The wine was good, especially, wasn't
I
it?
only had a little bit, obviously, because I was up early working today on the pit lane.
Yeah, we could tell, Angela. Thank you. Well done, Angela. Great stuff on the pits.
TVR Grand Tourer back into the action. I can't underline and stress enough what a great time Joe and Peter are having. This is their first Historic Racing by Peter Auto event, and absolutely echoed Joe's comments about the atmosphere, the ambience within the paddock between people who are very, very hard competitors out on the track, rivals, but there's respect and there's a brilliant camaraderie and social aspect to these events. And by the way, well done to everybody at Peter Auto, and particularly the catering staff here yesterday, who were expecting to set up in the pit lane. The rain put stop to that and immediately pivoted to get everything set up in the Drivers Club on the top of the pit lane buildings and put on a super event. It was informal in some respects, but very, very well done. Beautiful table settings, great glassware. Hot engine, did I hear that?
Yeah, interesting.
Right.
And he's dropped off a bit.
That was Frederick Wakeman being spoken to there. Dr. Fatemi, who has been in the pits now, so this is his opportunity, if he's got some clear track, to put some laps in. So his last lap was his out lap. This is his first flying lap as one of his teammate Nigel Greensall now installed in the car in the list of costings. So that was the car they were talking about, because they were talking about John's car, weren't they?
Yeah, John Spears, yeah.
So John Spears' car now got Nigel in it, perhaps running a little bit hot. They must have wandered down when they were doing the pit stop and had a look at the gauges.
Maybe. It's competitive. It's very competitive.
There it is.
When you Frederick Wakeman there with his personalised helmet, but the scrutineering stickers of some of the biggest classic events all over the world, like the Imola-Classic here at Imola, and also Goodwood, etc. There's, properly well travelled, and the experiences of racing in these events in these cars that are so rare and significant. And isn't it funny that at the very sharp end of the field we've got the Tejero AE, one of two, and the Cooper T38, one of three.
Morgan SLR, one of three. I can't imagine there's that many of those Alfa Giulias either with the Coda Tronca bodywork either.
Coda Tronca, there's only 30. The 30's final so it was the final run of the Sprint Zagatos, only 30 had the Coda Tronca bodywork.
Which is the short tail, the cam tail, as we were mentioning in earlier broadcasts. Again, all about the aero. Still just under 18 minutes to go, and that was a 2 minutes and 12 second run. That car is quick enough to do a 2:09, that car being the Tejero that we were talking about. YPK is back out on the track. Fred Wakeman staying behind the wheel and sawing at the wheel, trying to get the car through the left-hander to climb the hill at Tosa. Nigel Greensall 5 seconds behind Dr. Fatemi after the pit stops.
So that will be the success adjustment, if you
correct.
Success, that's not the right word. The
experience.
Driver experience, yes. So a driver classed as an elite driver or professional driver has to serve additional time in the pits as like a handicap, if you like. So that's exactly what Nigel will have to do. So. And
how crucial then is that lost? What was it? 16 seconds, maybe even a little bit more for Dr. Fatemi.
Yeah, so it was leading the race by a significant margin, and then and then was about around 16 seconds from the lead. Is now only 11 seconds from the lead for Dr. Afshin Fatemi. So
as Fred Wakeman comes... No, sorry, no, that's fine. Carry on. I was going to say comes in the pits again, but no, he hasn't.
No, coming down into Ravazza. Although, yeah, I think there's a blip on our timing screen as we can very much see him driving beautifully through the double left of Ravazza and onto the long front. It's not a straight though. It's
stretch.
Stretch.
It's a front stretch, a curving front straight, start-finish straight. He's closing in. I'll tell you what, that's not 11 seconds now, is it?
Well, it's a long run down the start-finish stretch. I like that. That's going to go with that. And the Tejero galloping, a car that was designed to really devour the Mulsanne straight at Le Mans. He's just...
What a lap by Nigel Greensill on his first flyer out after the pit stop. At 2 minutes 10, that is 5 seconds quicker than the Tejero that he is chasing down. That is extraordinary, and that's as quick as the Cooper T38 has gone at the head of the field as well. So we've got a proper three-car battle going on here. Let's see what Frederick Wakeman's first flying lap is, because the last lap is showing at 2:29, but there was an element of the pit stop there. By the way, if you search, you're sitting around the world watching us, and you search Al Kamel timing Peter Auto, then you'll be able to see what we see. And that includes, by the way, the tracker, what my American colleagues always call the marching ants or the dancing ants. Really handy just to be able to see where the cars are in relation to each other and what traffic they're going to have to go through, and that's what Dr. Fatemi's doing now. He really pitches that car in to all of the corners, like Minerali, and climbing up to the Variante Grassini.
It's got quite a character to it, the way it dances around, and
it is sitting up a little bit at the back, isn't it? Which I presume facilitates that a little bit.
Must do.
Because it'll be quite light on the rear end, but then when you accelerate, that'll squat down and have the weight transfer going back.
Frederick Wakeman making his way through on a Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase.
As you do.
As you do.
Just every Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's what's in the gentleman's challenge. Another mistake for Dr. Fatemi in Ravazza. First Ravazza corner, just getting a little bit out of shape there. Didn't make it into the gravel trap, thankfully, but he's pushing hard to try and run down this gap. But yeah, Alexis de Beaumont there in that Ferrari. Wow. Beautiful Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase, one of only 176 ever made.
Yeah, and that was another 212 with that little slip by Dr. Fatemi. Just locked up the left front, just didn't quite get his braking right, and that's pushed the lead back out to nearly 11 seconds. He's 2.1 seconds ahead of Nigel Greensill, who did an almost identical lap time as he came through the traffic. But there's a 2:09.941 in that car in terms of its best lap, or at least there was earlier. 43 Celsius now, Peter, on the track. And I do think that Acuria Cos is more sensitive to the track temperature because of the way you have to drive it, because you're pitching it in more and not keeping the wheels in line. That's how it's set up for Dr. Fatemi, and that's possibly not conducive to these hot weathers. He's being a little more circumspect now, but that does cost him time. He's 3 seconds away from his best time at the moment.
Yeah, it could be the tyre load as well. I mean, it's got to be. It's not a heavy car, but it will be heavier than the Lister or the Cooper, which are, you know, effectively like a sports prototype basically. So they are always going to be lighter. So it is. But of course, then the Tejero he has got more power. So it sort of swings and roundabouts really. But Dr. Fatemi trying to hold off the charging Nigel Greensill at the moment. Great. This is going to be a super intriguing battle because also Nigel Greensill is a super experienced driver, whereas Dr. Fatemi, from what I understand, is only a couple of years into his racing career. So you have to take that into account as well. It was a little bit deep into Ravazza's.
But it was better than last time.
True, we're getting closer to the...
Yeah, he's getting close to the Apex. I think this is going to be about a mid-211 for Dr. Fatemi.
This is quite different performance to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, he did not put a foot wrong.
No.
Just dominated. A little bit more shaky today.
No, it's better. That was a 2:10.9 for Dr. Fatemi, but Nigel Greenstill's just taken the overall fastest lap of the race down to a 209.9 against a 2:10.9. That's 1 second, has reduced the gap then to just a second between second and third. Now, the top three, Peter, are all in separate classes, so they're all winning their classes. But what this is about is overall positioning and a bit of pride.
Oh, they want to win overall for sure. They've got a sniff of it, and they are getting closer to the overall lead. The gap is coming down. It's now just over 8 seconds. So in this stint, the gap is reduced, and with 10 minutes left on the clock, I think there's enough time left for Dr. Fatemi and for Nigel Greenstall to run the gap down. The only issue could be is if they trip each other up on the way to Frederick Wakeman. So very, very much hanging in the balance here in the Gentleman Challenge with 10 minutes left on the clock.
It's a grandstand finish coming up, I think.
Yeah, but they've got a bit of traffic to worry about. One of the Porsche 904s to get through on here as they come into Aqua Minerale. That's the number 60 Porsche 904 of Peter Vogele. That's chassis 002, one of the very first. It was actually an initial works development car.
So 001 would have been the prototype. And
that's a prototype as well for that's a works development car.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're quite enamoured of the 904-6 GTS, aren't you?
I am for sure. Yeah. You think about it, a car that it won the Targa Florio overall, 1964. Baron Antonio Pucci and Colin Davis, son of Sammy Davis, one of the best writer drivers ever.
Looks like Dr. Fatemi is struggling for rear grip. But even that, he pulls out a little bit from Nigel Greenstall as they go across the line. Their lap times this time are going to be spookily similar, 2:10.7 and 2:10.2.
But I hate to say it, car number 100, which is the Tajiro EE, is under investigation for minimum pit stop time.
Oh dear.
Oh. And he won't know anything about that. That's the thing, is, and he might be able to get a pit board, but I presume there isn't any retrofitted radio system. I don't think so. So only really a pit board could tell him that he potentially could have a penalty hanging over. And whoa, big slide there coming out of Villeneuve.
Also looks like the windscreen banner is starting to peel a little bit. They put some tape over the top to blank out some of the sunshine. I think the rain yesterday and the heat today are playing havoc with the adhesive on that. 8 minutes to go. It's a question of when, not if, surely, for Nigel Greenstall here. But lovely manoeuvre by Dr. Fatemi. Puts the Porsche with the Porsche hardtop, as it's called, at 356. Between himself and the chasing car. Leader coming through Grassini chicane, and it's under 5 seconds, considerably under 5 seconds now, Peter. This is the grandstand finish we had been hoping for, and Dr. Fatemi must be kicking himself because he'd be up the road by 10 seconds and more if he hadn't dropped the car into the gravel at Tamburello.
He would be, and the problem is he's got that minimum pit time penalty potentially hanging over him. It's being investigated at the moment. Usually when things have been like that being investigated, it means that it's very likely there will be a penalty. But if it's a very small breach, it might be just a very small penalty. So let's see. 4 seconds.
It's a multiplier. I think it's... No, I'm not going to say it, but it is a multiplier. Fastest lap of his race for Dr. Fatemi. I was about to say he's put two pretty tidy laps together. 209.940 as against the 209.937 as the absolute fastest lap of the race, but he's taken over a second down to Nigel Greensall, using the traffic, navigating the traffic. Outstanding stuff by Dr. Fatemi in the last couple of 3 laps.
Yeah, really pushing on. We're now starting to see the penalties come through. There was other cars involved that did have minimum pit stop infringements, so it's a 15-second time penalty for Dr. Fatemi in second position. He's chasing down the leader, Frederick Wakeman, but with that penalty, he can't make up that, surely, in 6 minutes. 15 seconds.
Well, he took 3 seconds out of Frederick Wakeman last time around. His problem is twofold. Frederick Wakeman ahead of him and Nigel Greensall behind him. The question for me is, will he be able to get enough gap between himself and the leader to hold on to second position? He's not going to win it now. Even if he keeps that number 88 Lister Costin, the blue car behind him. It's more traffic as they come to the top of the hill. And it's Dr. Fatemi in the coupe, in the Courier Cos, is with the leader. Top 3 together then, as they dive down the hill towards Rivazza, Peter.
It is, yeah. So Dr. Fatemi, if he can get to win the race on the road, he won't have any idea that he's got that time penalty hanging over him. Gets it all wrong on the brakes into Rivazza over the gravel. Does he hold it together? Big tank slapper, and this is potentially costing Nigel Greensall time, who goes for the cutback. But the problem is the horsepower of the Tejero coupe is too much then for Greensall. This must be hugely frustrating for him. So that is the pit board for Frederick Wakeman, who's trying to win the race here. And this is the Calcutta Cup that we had yesterday, Scotland versus England, the Tejero EE for Scotland, the Cooper and Lister.
He's lost it. He's lost it. As soon as he turned it in there, you could see the back end was over-rotating. And again, we've seen him throwing the cars at the corners. But with the track temperature rising, the pressures will be rising. They will have repressured the tyres at the pit stop, but just lost it there. 557 getting a penalty as well. Philippe Petit, that was pit stop infringement. I think we mentioned the Francois Fillon, brother of Pierre, the president of the ACO. Yeah, he actually caught himself out with the Morgan SLR. He was gaining on the SLR too quickly, Dr. Fatemi, and maybe just showing a little bit of his inexperience there. If he'd rolled out the throttle earlier, he could have driven around that SLR or passed him between Tamburello and Villeneuve.
Oh, brilliant. Really good for John Emerson, because he would have seen the Tejero spinning behind him, and he just had to just keep on going and hope for the best, and managed to get through.
So this is a genuine battle for the lead then, Peter, between the Cooper and the Lister. Two great British sports car names, with a Lotus Elite in between.
This could be like Ingliston in the 50s.
Well, you might have to explain to some people what Ingliston is or was.
Racetrack in Scotland that's no longer there, and it's in that same guise. It was long before Knockhill came along in the 70s. Maybe more like an Aintree or Goodwood or Silverstone, maybe.
That's at the exhibition ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's an exhibition ground now. Yeah.
Most of the circuit is still there.
Yeah, they occasionally do like supercar driving experiences around it, but I don't know if that's been done for a while, but they used to, certainly. What a shame for Dr. Fatemi. He still leads his class, and he's got enough gap where the penalty won't cost him a class victory, but you've got to think he was going for another overall win after yesterday. And Nigel Greensall now right on the case of Frederick Wakeman. They had a great battle yesterday. They've got 2 minutes to sort this one out.
Well, he's got 50 seconds, which is a net 35. He can't afford, Dr. Fatemi that is, he cannot afford another slip-up. Big, wide exit from Tozer, from our leader. Here comes Nigel Greensall, swings to driver's left. Will try and get the slingshot into the inside of the next chicane. Can't quite make that happen. Wonderful part of the circuit. Now again, here comes the 88 of Nigel Greensall round the outside. As they go through Aqua Minerale, he's off the track, he's in the dirt, pass on the grass almost. Had to drop back in. Still climbing. Coming into the top of the hill. Now through the top chicane and down towards the last two corners with traffic right ahead of them. That looks like the Mark Ashworth Grand Tourer. Yes, it is. Still sitting in 7th position in Class F. Good outing for Mark. Enjoying his weekend.
Bit of a big slide there for Nigel Greensall. Lost a tiny little bit of momentum. Now, who's got the boogie down the straight here as well? The Lister was... That body was designed to be aerodynamic and slippery in a straight line, right in the slipstream now of Frederick Wakeman. Actually just pops out of the slipstream, maybe trying to try and keep the car cool as well, of course. But there's nothing wrong with the straight line speed of the Cooper either. They're very evenly matched in terms of performance.
Totally. This is brilliant stuff. So we have started now the final 3 miles or 5 kilometres. Another huge sideways moment for Frederick Wakeman. And that's cost him a tiny little bit of momentum. Is there an opportunity to go up driver's left, the inside into Villeneuve? Yes, there is, but that leading Cooper T38 is very good on the brakes. It might be 4 years older, but it's certainly still capable of holding its own. Down through the gearbox, 3 pedal cars, of course, rev matching with Healy and towing. A distinctively different line from Nigel Greensall in the rounder blue car with the stripes. I'd say he's got more rear grip at the moment, and I was right because the leader's lost it. Exactly what we've seen, and now the rear wheels are in the gravel. Can Frederick Wakeman get that car out? And that will be a cruise to victory for the last quarter of a lap then. The pressure of Nigel Greensall telling on Frederick Wakeman, just overusing his rear tyres, ran out of grip.
He was trying everything to hold off Nigel Greensall, that car that debuted back in 1955. It's still racing at the front of the field and just got away from him, unfortunately. But Nigel Greensall's been amazing in this stint here to run down that lead, to get that disadvantage from the pit stop back. And yeah, in the sunshine at Imola, what a day for him and John Spears.
Yeah, their second trophy of the weekend. In fact, second trophy of today, actually. So for the Gentleman Challenge here at Imola-Classic, the second race goes to Nigel Greensall, who converts the good work done by John Spears earlier in the Lister Costin Jaguar. And if it was a little bit easier earlier on in the Ford Mustang, they've had to fight for this one. That was a scrap par excellence. Frederick Wakeman will be really annoyed with himself, but I think he was on an unequal battle, and at the same place that Wakeman's gone off, the number 100's gone off again. Dr. Fatemi can't afford too much of this. How much time has he lost? Because the Alfa Romeo, the Giulia TZ2 has a 15-second advantage to be added. So we'll have to wait till they come across the line to see who wins Class F and effectively who's on the third place of the overall podium. Great drive by Nigel Greensall.
He's so excited, isn't he? He's absolutely delighted.
Afshin Fatemi's gone through, and that we've seen him do this before at the very same part of the track. And that cost him. Christian Oldendorf is still on the lead lap, so he will get to come to the line. I think he's going to be, by the time the penalty is added to Dr. Fatemi, Well,
oh, it's very close.
I think it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be about 10 seconds.
It's going to be Oldendorf. It's going to be Oldendorf because
it's only 15.
The gap.
No, 15 seconds, time penalty, and it's 28.
No, it's not. Excuse me. It's the graphic we've got now. That is with the time penalty added. So Fatemi's hung on to the class win.
Right.
That's good. That's good. I mean, certainly eventful race for him, but he'll be annoyed because he won overall yesterday. Didn't make any mistakes. Just a few errors today, but conditions may be a bit trickier today. With that extra heat.
Yeah, agree. So Christian Oldendorf coming in 28.5 seconds behind Dr. Fatemi, but with that penalty for Afshin, then that obviously been reduced by 15 seconds to what you see on the left-hand side of the screen. So, as I said, just on 15 seconds or thereabouts between them, 14 seconds. I did say he couldn't afford another one, and he proved me wrong, but that was a bit too close for comfort. I think Nigel Greensall, who loves his motor racing, I think he particularly enjoyed that drive.
You get that impression by the body language, don't you? Yes.
I mean, they're celebrating, and he has absolutely done the slowing down lap, but barely with both hands on the wheel all the way through because of clapping to the marshals, clapping to the fans, and generally relieving his own excitement as well. And why not? John Spears did a great first stint as ever. Tight pit stop. No problems in the pit stop. There was no margin for error, really, was there? And Frederick Wakeman spinning out later on in the race as we went into the last lap, 11.5 seconds back in seconds, and then it was 40 seconds, make that 55 seconds back to Dr. Fatemi. Christian Oldendorf in the Alpha, second in Class F, John Emberson third with the Morgan. Second in GT was Alexis de Beaumont in the 250, the number 5, and third Robin Ellis in the Lotus Elite, the S2 car. So that rounds up the two podiums. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed our Gentleman Challenge, where for once it was heat rather than water that played an effect, but a great win for the Lister costume. Sunday afternoon here at Imola. Good afternoon if you are just joining us. Peter Mackay, Joe Bradley and me, John Hindhaugh. And good to have your company. Watching the Nissan R390 going around at the moment, which is not part of our next race, the Heritage Touring Car Cup. What a car that is. In the classic Pennzoil colours. Sounding fantastic. These Nissans built in the late 1990s to take on the GT1 category. 390 was a road car as well, as they had to be. Tom Walkinshaw Racing very much involved with Nissan engineers. Nice big sonorous V8 engine. I remember them at Le Mans in 1998. Now this Pennzoil livery car. Eric Cormas on this car, and Eric had this car converted into a street legal car. Well, that's not running any number plates at the moment, I notice. 3.5 litre V8. Never won at Le Mans, but certainly brought Nissan very much to the fore. As it's heading around the circuit here. Yeah, it has got the number plate. I apologise, because that is the plate, M24. ANS. So a little bit of a demonstration. Wasn't expecting that. That one was thrown at me. So that is the road legal, road registered R390 Nissan in the Pennzoil colours. So next up we'll have the Heritage Touring Car Cup here at Imola-Classic. In the afternoon sunshine, with temperatures climbing a very acceptable 28 Celsius in the air. Now 45 degrees on the pit lane and on the track. And for the Heritage Touring Car Cup, save for a handful of Alfa Romeo 1750 GTAs and GTAMs. It's Ford versus BMW. From the classic mid-70s touring car eras. RS 2600 Capris, BMW 3-litre CSLs. Coming out behind, appropriately, a more modern BMW, one of the Imola safety cars. This is a 1-hour pit stop race. And we'll go through the grid in just a moment once we get the cars rolling. What a fantastic run this is. We've also got a single Group A car. John Hindhaugh in the 635 CSL. All of the rest are running in the touring car categories. 29 cars. As I said, the majority BMWs and Fords. And there will be many of you like me who look at these cars and go, yep, had the poster for that. Yep, had the model car for that. And if you are a blue oval fan or a blue and white propeller fan, then you are going to be absolutely delighted by what you see here. Leading out, the classic, absolutely classic, dark coloured BMW with the Works M stripes on. Guillaume May. But there's no bad base colour for M stripes. There's going to be a few white BMWs with the M stripes on as well. There's some of the Castrol cars with the triple coloured Castrol stripes, which sort of mirrored the M stripes as well. Extraordinary display of cars that are going out, except this isn't a display. This is going to be a 1-hour race. So Guillaume May on pole position, Armand Mille on the outside. That's BMW versus the Cologne 3100 RS, or the RS31 as many people just called them in the UK. But the Cologne suffix identifies that car as a wide arch car. Sebastian Glaser with the 174 on the inside of row 2. That's another 3-litre 1975 CSL. Maxime Gunat in another RS31 Capri alongside. So 2 front rows with BMW 4, BMW 4. Then a bevy of BMWs led by Emil Breitmeier in a 3-litre CSL. Michael Kammermann, similar car. Olivier Breitmeier, BMW again. And Yves Skimama, that's down to 8th position. So 2 full rows of BMWs. Although, in fairness, Yves Skimama is a 3.5 rather than a 3-litre car. Then Marcus Anderson with another RS31 in 9th position. And then the 635 Group 2 from 1981, a little bit later car. It's number 83 of Christian Treiber. Raphael de Boerman in an Escort RS 1600. Punching above its weight, well up there in the 11th position. Roche Hyatt in one of the 12-valve CSLs. Number 71. And then more Fords, 2 Escorts. Jean-Marc Bellin and Eric Sechot. Jean-Luc Blanchemin. That's another Escort. And then the first of the RS 2600s from 1972, 1975, 2 together. Yves Vogler and Carlo Vogler. Behind them, another Escort Mark 1 1600, the RS, Hervé Odioni. Thomas Studer in an RS 2600 Capri. Alain Vogler making it 3 Voglers out in RS 2600s. Then that 635 CSI, which is the Group A car, looking barely modified from 1983. Another RS 1600 from 1975 for Florian Zatavin. Zavatin, excuse me. Matthew Sanders in a 6.35, a 3.5 CSL, excuse me. Wolf Zweifler in an RS16. Then the first of the Alphas is Bernard Leber. Konrad Ulrich for a Capri, and then 3 Alphas, Alberto Francesiti, Hans Lugenbühl, and Daniel Hager. Those are our 29 cars for the Heritage Touring Car Cup. 1 hour on the clock. BMW versus Ford on the front 2 rows of the grid. Pole position, Guillaume May in that white, gold and red car to the right-hand side of the grid. So they're coming to what it will be the finish line, but remember the start line is another 238 meters around the corner. Pole position is the BMW on the left-hand side. And here we go. The pole gets away from the Ford Capri. Is there a slight advantage to being on that side of the grid? I'm not entirely certain. Down towards Ciamparello for the first time. Guillaume May then. Sebastian Glazer followed him through there, I think. Yes, they did. So 2 BMWs. The Capri's fighting back there in second and third. 4th position. Maxime Guinart there, and Michel Kammerman for another BMW. And now I'm going to let you listen to the engines as they go through Villeneuve and up the hill at Tosa. Oh my goodness, that's incredible. That is just a great shot as they crest the rise. And good to have your company wherever you are around the world. Huge unburnt fuel coming through as well. So Seb Glazer then leading out in that CSL. It's back to Capri, second and third now. Has anybody reminded these guys that this is a full 1 hour race? Because at the moment, this looks like they think it's a 1 lap sprint. Absolutely extraordinary. And good afternoon.
Hello, John.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
Happy.
Very happy.
Very happy.
Good to have your company again. In case you don't recognise the voice, this is our Director General of Heritage Racing by Peter Auto. Mark's with us again in the sunshine. First of all, congratulations on putting this together, and a particular round of applause to Race Control yesterday, who I thought dealt with the vagaries of the weather very, very well.
Yeah.
Indeed, that's the one thing you can't control.
No, it was a difficult race because of the rain, and I think that the Race Control showed how good they are, how professional. They really made the most of it, and I received lots of good feedback from the drivers, and honestly, we had a few laps that were really spectacular.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I'm having to remind myself I've got to talk about the racing here, because I actually just want to sit and watch it. The shot of them coming over the top of the brow here is just absolutely outstanding, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
look at that.
Great place, great track. We did come back on this track for many years, and I can tell you already we'll be there next year, because it's spectacular. Our drivers, our teams love it. It's also very welcoming. I really want to say a big thank you to the whole professional team here at Imola, all the race direction, the circuit director also. They are all very friendly, very helping, and we have great conditions here, and really I think that everybody's smiling today.
I said to the gentleman who was parking the car this morning, showing us where to park the car this morning, I got out and I went over and shook his hand. And he looked at me strangely, and I don't speak very good Italian, and he wasn't speaking a lot of English. But what I wanted to say to him, and I did say to him, was I want you to thank your colleagues and everybody because you've been so nice to us. And I understood what he said is, I'm just doing my job. And I said, yes, but you're doing it with a smile on your face, and you're making us feel welcome.
That makes a big difference, yeah. And I had also a good discussion yesterday with the mayor of Imola, and I can tell you, they opened the doors for a great show next year. I'm sure we'll do a lot more to attract more public, because nobody really knows how spectacular these races are, how good it is, and I think that we need to see more public for these historic races here in Italy.
On Friday night, we went up into the old city, and the old city square with the old town hall and the battlements and all, spectacular. Nice. And the big piazza there is glorious. And we spent a couple of hours wandering around, had a nice meal at a family run trattoria, absolutely glorious. And all the times I've been here for other events, I've never had time to do that, Mark. So thank you very much for bringing me back here too.
Yeah, we really thank you, because I think it's so nice to hear these great comments and to watch. I mean, I just watched the gentleman race before. That was so nice. These cars from the 50s, they are spectacular. This is real racing, and this is what we love.
Every single grid has had something for someone. Certainly looking at our socials coming in at RSL Studio, if you want to get in touch. We're watching the early laps of the Heritage Touring Car race here with still 55 minutes to go. Sebastian Glaser in the BMW from the Ford of Maxime Guinat, and Michel Kammerman in another BMW. And the top six just breaking away at the minute. Paul Sitter, Guillaume May is just getting into his stride, put the fastest lap in last time around. Did not start so well in that number 49, but that dark coloured BMW, number 49 there, sitting in sixth position. Fastest lap of the race last time around, and it is my honest belief that you can put BMW M stripes on any colour, be it a car or a motorcycle, and it never makes it look any worse. Extraordinary colour scheme, and there he goes down the inside, taking the position from Emil Breitmeier. That was a very smooth manoeuvre, Mark.
Yeah, this is what we like to see. I mean, it is gentleman driver racing, but the level of these guys, racing all year long with us is really incredibly talented. Yeah.
How important is that the racing we're seeing here is extremely spectacular, extremely competitive, but you foster, in fact, no, I'll say more, you demand a level of respect between the drivers that sometimes, unfortunately, we don't see in more contemporary racing.
Yeah, this is true, and we insist a lot on that when we do the driver briefing for every series. It's historic racing, so we want to keep this respect. These cars are fast. Imola is a very demanding racetrack, and we really ask everybody on the track, but we know most of these guys. They are racing with us all year long. They know what it means to race with us, and we are extremely strict when we see bad behavior on the track. We always have this 50-50 rule. When the race direction sees a bad driving behavior, there is a gentleman agreement that is most of the time respected, that the person that did a bad behavior or a bad driving is paying half of the repairs of the other car.
I did not know that until this morning when Ross Hyatt mentioned it when he was in the booth. I think that is an extraordinary initiative to have, but it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and it only works when we have gentleman driver, because we cannot force people to pay. You race at your own risk, and I don't know if you could do that in modern racing, honestly. But these guys, they are all very respectful, and we have very rarely a case where it doesn't work.
Now, Mark, big news in the last couple of months since we were at, or when we were at Imola-Classic, that this series next year, which has become a series and a championship this year, but this series next year will be called the Le Mans Classic series for 2025 and beyond. Tell me the thinking, tell me the point of that and where you're hoping to take the Le Mans Classic series in 2026 and beyond.
Yeah, this whole historic racing has gained momentum, and we worked a lot. We invested a lot in scrutineering, best racetracks, and so on. So we have really full grid, a high level, but the pinnacle of this series is Le Mans. For most of the guys, even if they drive with a touring car here, they will select the right car to go to Le Mans. And because now we announced that we go to Le Mans every year with this change, Le Mans is, as a name, the most as with the awareness, the power of the name Le Mans is clearly something that will help a lot to create even more awareness and momentum for the series. It's well received by the drivers, well received by the partners, because they have really something very strong during the year with the Le Mans Classic series. And it's completely logical, and it's really similar to what happened in the Le Mans series or even in ALMS today.
Yeah.
You race and you get your ticket to go to Le Mans. And this is, of course, we get more tickets because we have more cars on the track during Le Mans Classic, but this is really the spirit of it, and I think that it works very well.
I remember what happened when Dr. Don Panos went to the ACO to start the American Le Mans series, and how that influenced the contemporary racing at the time. And I believe you're right. I think that this will have the same multiplication effect in terms of getting it in front of more people. Now, you did mention that Le Mans Classic becomes an annual event, but an annual event that will have two distinct timelines and potentially two distinct atmospheres and personalities.
100%, and this is really, for me, the most exciting story, because
Mark is smiling. Mark is smiling as he's saying this. You're excited about this, aren't you?
Very excited, because you know what we wanted to. We see Le Mans as a huge success this year. Full grids, and it's beginning to create some problems. We have so many cars, so many grids, support races, 6 main grids, so it's becoming difficult to have, and we have more and more demand, because we still have cars from the 90s, from the 2000s that are racing either in support race or not accepted to Le Mans. So what we decided to do, we wanted really not to lose the exclusivity, and someone who says, you know, I drive, a pre-work car, for example, or just a 50s car with a driver who comes every 2 years to Le Mans. This is the big thing for him, and he will continue to do that if he wants, because we'll have 5 grids 1 year, 5 grids, so the vintage Le Mans called Le Mans Heritage, and 5 other grids the year after with Le Mans Legend. So we'll cover the entire spectrum of historic racing with 2 years and 10 grids in total. That's the main difference.
Yeah.
Every year. So there will be a Le Mans more vintage, with also a lot of storytelling about the big battle of Le Mans, and a more modern Le Mans with young timer, with younger generation, with some supercar parades and a show on the track, of course.
But that's really important, Mark, because history doesn't stop at a date. It continues, and Le Mans Classic Le Mans has been running for a very long time. Yeah. And in that time, Le Mans itself has created more history, because every year Le Mans creates history. Yeah. So to extend now into cars into the 2000s makes perfect sense.
Le Mans Classic started in 2002, and the grids were covering the period until the mid of the 70s. So that was 25 years before. And now we are in 2025. So imagine 25 years before is 2000.
Yes.
So more recent cars, and honestly, all young generations, they love to see these cars. They love to see the LMP1s, the Peugeot 908, the first Audis R8, R10, the Zytek, the Pescarolo, the Morgan LMP1. All this, and the GTE cars. We'll see the GTE cars coming back next year.
My favorite, Mark.
It's so exciting, and I saw already a lot of good response and enthusiasm about this news.
So because of what you said about the early cars still coming every other year, so we will start the new version of Le Mans Classic in July at the same time of year as ever before, but we will start with the newer cars next year.
Yeah, because we had this year, let's say, the traditional Le Mans Classic with the pre-war, the grid 1 to 6 up to 1982. We'll start next year with the Legends, so starting in 75, 76 up to 2015. With the Group C will become an official grid. So
yes,
we will have
rather than just a support
race. So that makes a big difference, because they have 3 races 3 times 45 minutes, including 1 night race.
Oh.
Yeah. Then ERL will have 2 grids, cut by period, not by type of cars, which is very important.
So you're going to mix the as it would have been in period.
Exactly. We follow exactly what it would have been in period. But the good thing is that because we'll have the early ERL, we'll have also some cars coming back. I hope you know, for example, the BPR cars that are less competitive, of course, than the last ERL.
Yeah.
They will come back for sure. I dream about a Venturi, for example, coming back on track during this Le Mans Classic Legend. And then the last grid that we created this year, and that is also, I think, very exciting, is the Legends of Le Mans with the LMP1, LMP2 and GT cars from post 2010. So this is going to be incredible. So LMP1 and LMP2 post 2005 after the ERL cut, and GT from 2011 to 2015. So the first generation GTE cars.
And that is critical, because there's a lot of those cars sitting around that have nowhere to go at the moment, and people want to race them, and they are, relatively speaking, compared with the current GT3s, they are relatively cost effective, I would say, to run. Nothing in motor racing is cheap. I never use the word cheap. They are relatively cost effective to run per kilometre.
Yeah, for sure. And we have already a lot of demand, I must say. So this will be a very special grid, because Legends of Le Mans will be also racing in opening of the WEC, the modern WEC, in Europe and in Bahrain. So it will be a very special club, I would say, of very committed gentleman driver who will be at the WEC race in Imola, in Spa, and also in Bahrain, and of course Le Mans Classic.
Okay, I'll need to get those dates in my diary, because I'll make sure I'm covering the WEC for us, so that I can be and see those races. The race at the moment is almost just over 15 minutes old. Michael Kammerman has moved up to 3rd position, but Guillaume May, who started on pole position, dropped back to about 6th, now back into 4th position. People settling down. Well, I was about to say people settling down here, and then we have side-by-side action. These two BMWs have been at it since the green lights went on, and they are still at it at the moment. This is Armand Mille and Emil Breitmeier, who are and that is your reaction. Is exactly the reaction that we want through the traffic. Look at this as they come through. The number 49 car is Guillaume May, who's still having the scrap with Emil Breitmeier. Armand Mille right in behind them. That's the Group A 635 that they're going, much less aerodynamic accoutrement on those cars. What a great battle. Your reaction to that is what everybody at home is doing at the moment, Mark, because they're going, ooh, but these are the emotions that you want to instill in people.
Yeah, we have seen that also in the 60s. In the 60s race is incredible. These HTC cars, these touring cars are spectacular. This is what we want to see. We want to see spectacular racing, real racing. You can see, look at that. I mean,
mistake.
It's the mistake and big battles. And you see the quality of the cars. We really want to have the good balance, of course, with the respect of the period, but also an extremely good level of preparation. We have very professional teams bringing cars to us, and that makes also a big difference. So it's the best of both worlds. It's very professional and also very emotional and passionate. Look at that.
That's Guillaume May, who was on pole position, battling with Emil Breitmeier and Michael Kammerman. Michael Kammerman holding on to 3rd position there as Emil went on to the grass. Just a quick thought then, Mark, because I know how busy you are. Clearly, because I know how you work and how this organisation works, and of course the partnership with the ACO and Pierre Fillon for Le Mans Classic particularly, you haven't just sat in a room amongst yourselves and decided to make these changes. You've been talking, because I know, because we've talked to guys, you've been talking to the paddock. So this has been done in concert and in consideration with the paddock.
For me, that's key. As soon as I started my job, I decided to go to and visit the team. So I did my UK tour in January, and honestly, I loved it. I met so many passionate guys and so professional. And I tell you something, I will go back in January next year because I need to see the other ones.
Yes, because there's that many of them.
Many of them. No, it was important also. We did a roundtable to discuss about key topics like, drivers penalty, professional drivers penalty, on the handicap, let's say. Also continuation topics, new series, because obviously we are thinking about, new series. And I will announce something in Le Castellet just wait a few weeks. So we wanted to discuss that and keep things moving. Classic racing is also on the move. We need to be extremely careful on the trends, evolution, expectation of drivers, and these changes are bringing something new and hopefully keeping this excellent dynamic that we see in historic racing. I see lots of even young drivers. I went to Le Mans this year and I visited some teams, official teams, and they told me, by the way, we want to open a classic division because we have so many cars and GT3s, for example, GTE cars, and young drivers that tell me, one day I will be there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Just on that, you're talking about consultation there. You've come back to Imola after a few years away.
Yeah.
Can you share with us any other circuits that you could consider? We don't have a Peter Auto event in the UK. There's lots of fans can come across to Spa. You knew I was going to ask you that, I'm sure. But, there are some great circuits. Not every circuit suits classic racing.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that has to be considered. But could you expand? Is there room to expand for another event maybe? Or do you think you've got the balance about right?
We want some continuity for next year, obviously. So we'll go back to Imola next year, and of course we have our main racetracks like Spa, and I think that it's impossible to imagine a season without Spa or without Le Castellet.
I agree.
But we are thinking about other racetracks. Italy has wonderful racetracks, not only about here Imola, but Italy is a destination that our drivers and teams really love.
Mugello's just up the road.
Mugello.
Yeah, we fly at the same airport, so we know how to get there.
Exactly. Exactly, but
Monza?
Also Hungary, Monza, of course. We have Hungary. I would love to go back to Hungary one day in the good season because everything has been refurbished there.
Yes.
And they are also very welcoming, and they ask us if we want to come back. Of course, we need to go to Spain. We go to Barcelona, Portugal. We keep it. UK, it's a good question because there are also some good players in UK that do there are lots of customers for historic racing in UK. Look at that.
Got an escort in Strive 2 escorts actually. Oh, don't reverse there. My goodness me, we nearly had a 4 escort sandwich there for a moment.
Exactly.
But I think we've got away from it. That's one of the Team Castrol, the old Team Castrol cars that is okay and continues. That has got going again, but looks like right front suspension damage on the car that's being pushed around. So was that just? Oh no, that's
another one.
That's an engine. I think that's an engine that's gone, and the number 37 actually sliding on the oil that had gone down before it.
That was really dangerous.
That's Raphael de Beaumont, who might need a little chat from the stewards afterwards. That wasn't too smart, and the oil flags are out around the circuit to let the leaders know that there's something on the circuit that shouldn't be there as the other car is pushed behind the wall, and that will bring out the safety car. Now that's interesting because we're coming in to the pits stop window at the moment. Mark, I'll let you go. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to have you, and we really have a lot of success also with our English-speaking YouTube channel. And obviously, I'm very happy that we implemented this live broadcasting of our races. They are spectacular. It's a big show, and I hope it also convinces people to come really to see our races, and especially in Le Castellet, where you will have lots of cars.
You've got Bruce and Andrew back from Le Mans to go to Le Castellet. It is our pleasure, and I mean that. And one thing I will say, is your administration of the racing is excellent, and it makes our job easy because we can track down the cars with the chassis numbers, etc., and find the details. And having open paddocks is fabulous because we can talk to the teams and the drivers who want to talk about their cars, and that's the storytelling, not just the racing, which is spectacular, but the history alive.
I have a great team. The team is very dedicated, very passionate, and believe me, we are working already on all what we can do to continue to elevate our series. So stay tuned for next year.
I can't wait to find out what other series is coming at Le Castellet. Mark, thank you very much indeed. Go and have some lunch. It's about time you took a break.
Exactly, thank you.
And the lunch is fabulous as well. That is the other thing. This is the whole atmosphere of what is going on. We'll bring back Peter Mackay and Joe Bradley into the booth at a perfect time for the crossover as the safety car has been deployed after I think that engine gave way just a little bit. Oh my goodness, this is glorious stuff. And now we've got to find the leader amongst that. Sebastian Glazer in the 174 BMW, but race control, I think, believing that it was important to get the safety car out and slow down the field as quickly as possible, and they have picked up the leader, so well done. Outstanding stuff. Now, Peter, you've just been up for lunch, so you have had the joy of listening to these cars going round and round.
They're sonorous, aren't they? A lot of those straight six BMWs are just, they're awesome. You got to feel as well for the little Escort there with the engine problem. That's the Life team that run that car from Belgium. That team is owned by Thierry Neuville, current World Rally Champion.
Wow.
They run all sorts of different things. They do classic rally cars, modern rally cars, and historic racing as well. So a little bit of a job for the team there, unfortunately. But yeah, an amazing grid here. The car that immediately drew my eye was is car number 6. It's running in 19th at the moment. It's one of the Group A cars, which its very last racing period, it was actually a BMW Italia car, very last racing period was here at the Imola 500 kilometres in 1987.
Yeah, that's the light coloured car with the rainbow stripes on the side. But as I said, as it was being passed by the leaders, there's no aero on that car as well. Group A was effectively, well, Group N was pretty much showroom stock, with obviously safety equipment. Group A was one step up from that, but there wasn't an awful lot allowed to be done for them.
Forgive me for digressing slightly. Did you guys get the pictures of the Nissan going around the track?
Yes, I wasn't expecting that, but I reckon that, you know the story behind that car? That's Eric Comas's car, and he transferred that car from a race car to a road car and had it road registered, but left it in the Pennzoil. I didn't even know it was here, and I just saw it going round, and it 3.5 litre V8.
Oh,
yes,
beautiful.
Yes,
and for me, I'm of the Gran Turismo generation. That was a big Gran Turismo car, and you knew if you could afford that car in Gran Turismo, you'd spent quite a lot of hours playing that game.
Mark, stick the headset back on. Mark's been hiding himself away here, so it doesn't get... But so I didn't even know that car was here, Mark. So that was a complete surprise to me that it came out in the break there.
Yeah, I had some discussions with Eric Comas a few weeks ago already, and we thought it would be great to have the car. So he came with the car, he drove it.
Oh, that was Eric in the car?
He drove it on the highway to come here, so he partly transported to the car.
Wow.
Drove, I think, 50 kilometers on the highway because the car is street legal.
Yeah.
And this incredible thing is that this is the Nissan LM GT1 that was in Le Mans in '98.
Yeah.
Still everything original inside. He told me original turbo from Le Mans, original engine. Yeah, original engine. He still has the 35 millimeter, restrictors, and the car is just. He just did the minimum transformation so that it's feasible to drive it on street legal driving, but it's the original car from Le Mans.
They did build some road going R390s, but that was, as Mark rightly says, that was a race chassis that Eric has spent some time.
Just the livery is different. He decided to do a new livery because honestly the livery that was chosen at that time was maybe not the most beautiful. It was kind of white and blue checkered flag, and it was the livery, not the livery, the colors of the Japan football team.
Yes.
In the cup, in the World Cup.
Yes.
In 98.
98. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Very, very nice car.
See, we have Mark in here. We might as well go for lunch now, lads, because we'll just leave Mark to talk about these cars.
I'm going now. I'm going.
Thank you, Mark. That's brilliant stuff. So, pit stops, Peter. The leaders are in. Sebastian Glazer, Maxime Gunat, Michael Kammerman, Guillaume May, who started on pole position. He's fought back to fourth spot. Emil Breitmeyer in as well. There's the Eggenberger number 6 that Peter was talking about, Jean-Luc Rion, in that Group A 635 CSI.
Amazing car. Yeah, winner of the Tourist Trophy in 1984 as well.
I think the 635, the coupes of that sort of era, and a little bit later from that, are much underrated cars, actually, as road cars. Many years ago, I went down to Port Arnos to drive the then new BMW M5. It was the first of the V10 cars. And Mike Wilds actually was on that, and he ended up being my instructor around there. And obviously, I'd known Mike for a long time, so we had a lot of fun that day. And they brought down a whole load of M cars as display cars. So I asked the very nice people from BMW if we could drive some of those M cars, but not round the track, just, you know, take them for a run round the country roads. And there was a little Z4M as well.
I like those.
Yeah, little bread van style car. Don't know. Went away and asked. Yeah, well, they're all road registered, so absolutely you can. Made me way straight to the M635. It's the CSI, or the 635M, should I say. Not a full M6 at that stage. They came a bit later, but what a car. Very much of its period, and I think it took a while for the styling to come back, if you know what I mean. It looked a bit out of time for a while, but now I think it looks great.
It does. Okay. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Looks like actually the Life Escort might have got going again. I just thought it passed us on our camera point there. Very similarly painted car did, so...
Oh wow, now everybody's just got their pit stops done here, and the safety car will be coming in this lap. But it looks like that one of the BMWs, Nick Traber, in the Group 2 car, has got out at the head of the field. Or did he? No, he has been in. So, obviously different times depending on drivers. There's a bit of the oil preparation on the circuit going into Tamburello. So on the timing at the moment, and we'll check this when we see them behind the safety car, it is the number 83 Nicholas Traber driven 635 Group 2 from 1981 that is leading from no, I know why that's leading, because that's further down the pit lane, so I'm not necessarily going to say that is right. Bizarrely, we've got the contemporary BMW in the pit lane. Was that the Lamborghini? That's the Lamborghini with using it as the pace car, the safety car. And there was nobody behind him to take the green flag as everybody else were doing their pit stops. 27.5 minutes to go here, Peter. And this field has been blown apart with cars making pit stops, different pit stop handicaps, as Mark was talking about early on, and just an exquisite piece of timing for everybody to get in and out the pits. And we're going to have to try and pick off the likes of Sebastian Glazer and Maxime Gunat and Michael Kammerman, Emil Breitmeyer, Olivier Breitmeyer as well, right up there. So they're the 174. Sebastian Glazer was the leader before the race was neutralised in that gold BMW, with the white and green Capri behind, which is Maxime Gunat. For some reason, he lifted off there. Not sure why they lifted off there.
I think they maybe thought there was a yellow flag, but there wasn't. But anyway, they kept going. But,
so it is a BMW and 2 Ford Escorts ahead of that gaggle of cars that were leading the race.
Yeah, but with a lot less performance, so this could well flop around actually as the laps progress over the next 26 minutes. But Sebastian Gleiser in that Vorsteiner liveried CSL, really cool livery he's got on that. I think he's going to be our leader fairly soon with the pace of the cars ahead. In terms of the best, for example, Sebastian Gleiser, he's got the best lap of the race of anybody, 1:56.8, but the cars ahead of him, the best for Rafael de Boerman in the number 37, 2:04.9. Now that is the Life car.
Yeah, so that is back out again.
Yes, in 3rd place. So I hope they've done their pit stop time.
So, well, they've been through the pits. What I suggest they did was that they got into the pits when the safety car was called. They were in front of the leaders and got in, and the safety car then picked up the leaders.
One thing that may thwart their progress, though, it's just come up on race control, under investigation for disregard exit light. Oh dear. Which means the light may have been red and they've gone through it.
Number 14 and number 37. Well, 37 is one of those cars at the head of the field. Florian Zavattini.
Yeah, that's the Life car.
Yeah. The 14's further down. That's Yves Vogler in one of the RS26 Capris. But Nicholas Traber, I think, that's a genuine position for that car.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
It won't be. I mean, he's 25 seconds up the road, but he's 7 or 8 seconds a lap slower than the Warsteiner Sebastian Gleiser CSL behind him. Have you seen the unburnt fuel coming out of the side exhausts? We need to have one of these races into the evening time so we can see the brake discs. Fantastic.
Very characterful machines. And you think it's so many different.
See what I mean?
Yeah, it spits the flames out the side of one of the many 3-litre CSLs. Oh, it was very, very successful. Car that actually, as well, they both in 3-litre and 3.5 formed, really took it to the Porsche 935 in 1976. Didn't get the championship. The Porsche's got it in the end, but won lots of races. John Fitzpatrick, who's here this weekend, he was driving one of the BMWs. I cannot for the life of me remember what the team was he was driving for. It may have been Schnitzer, but it was, but don't quote me on that, but it was definitely in the BMW. That's going to annoy me now. I'm going to have to look.
It's good. We have a friend in the internet. So Nick Traber now by 20 seconds. It's a somewhat unequal battle, although leading his class, but Sebastian Gleiser closing him down 20.5 seconds. Now traffic management is going to be an issue here. The gold car started on the second row of the grid, being chased by the Liqui Moly car, Maxime Gunat, the Ford Capri. Oh, and a sideways moment for the number 24 Escort. That is the dark blue machine. And that is Florian Zavattini, who just about held that. That was more rally than circuit racing in a car that probably is best known for its off-road exploits and victories. And John Fitzpatrick drove for
Hermitite.
Oh,
I would not have got that.
No, I don't think I would have.
No, but then of course they had the 3.5 with the 3-litre turbo came on later at Dijon, and it had too much power, so it just went through components and had to retire.
Drive-through penalties now for the number 14 and the number 37. So they're at the front of the field. So the 37 was Rafael de Boerman, and which one was the other one I said? The number 14. That's Yves Vogler in the 2600. So Nick Traber still leading, but with that lead diminishing as he is being hunted down by the 3-litre CSL of Sebastian Glaser, who is bringing Maxime Guenat in the RS 3100s, excuse me, behind him. That was a decent slide. Do you think there's a chance for a new movie called Ballroom Drift?
Maybe.
Where all the RSs came from. Rally RS standing, of course, for Rally Sport. And there were various Ford dealers around the country. We had one in Newcastle that were designated a Rally Sport dealer. You could go in and moon at the Fords. So Nicholas Trabe across the line as the leader in an immaculately prepared Group 2 635.
Sounds absolutely glorious.
It's the straight six, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounds brilliant in the front of that 635 CSI. Lead now is trimming all the time. Last lap, there's 8 seconds of difference between Nicholas Traber and Sebastian Glaser. Sebastian Glaser 158.3 last time by. Very, very impressive indeed. Joe Bradley joins me now. You've been looking at the Capris all week, Joe, but
big fan.
It's the BMWs.
I've actually been looking at everything, Peter.
So have I. Yeah.
I've popped in for 10 minutes before I have to nip up for the podium for this, because I think this is probably a more familiar formula of saloon car racing that I kind of grew up with in the late 60s, 70s. Went to many motor races where these would have been the European Touring Car Championship when they visited the UK. Problems there.
Big moment. That's the BMW Italia car, number 6. Nick Padmore and Jean-Louis Rihom, driven at the moment by Jean-Louis Rihom.
I've noticed the gravel traps here, Peter, doing a great job of not having the car sink deep into them.
Like at Mugello, where
they just sunk in, and that would cause all sorts of problems in retrieval. If cars seem to be able to drive into, stifle their progress off track, but then they're able to drive out. So there's a lot of firmness to the gravel traps here, which work really well. But no need for track limits at that point of the track towards Tamburello, is it? Great race, this one.
They're very close now. Sebastian Glaser, he's got by already, so straight up into the lead then in the 174 Forsteiner Schnitzer liveried machine.
No surprise really, he's the pace of that car. So the standard of preparation on pretty much every car in this paddock is extremely high. So the standard of race preparation, which is, it's a little bit different, restoration and race preparation. What I mean by race preparation is when you're preparing the car for performance. So the meticulous way that you go about setting the car up for things like caster camber, getting the tires to work, getting the engine tune right. Just meticulous preparation on these cars.
And the way that you look at, bear in mind we're dealing with cars that are 50-year-old design, but they're prepared to a 2025 standard as well, which is different. And they are, particularly these 3-litre CSLs, there's many of them out there, and they are really, really impressive pieces of kit. Also the Capris as well, at 3100 Capri chasing down, that's the number 50 of Maxime Guenat, and that is the big Capri, isn't it? It's the 3100.
This is the period before the computer age, really. I mean, the majority of the Capris, from what I've seen, I haven't seen one without a mechanical fuel injection system, belt-driven mechanical system, which is basically, you time the fuel injection. How you get that tuned to perfection is beyond me. It's quite an art. But whereas these days a race car pulls in the pits and a laptop is plugged in, and you can input different software, a different map that'll give the engine a little bit of a different characteristic. Whereas in this period, it was all about the mechanics of getting the engine to work, both from the electronic side or the electrics, which were at the time, of course, state of the art. Electronic ignition systems just coming to the fore, and the ECUs were just beginning to become engine management systems with variable timing, the sort of which is commonplace on a car. You're probably too young to remember the days when on your road car you would set the distributor and retard or advance the timing depending on whether it was winter or summer. It's before your time, isn't it? Yeah, it's something. It's like so alien that part of your winter service will be to retard the timing, so that it ran better in the cold. It was either retard or advance. I can't remember now. It was so long ago. It was commonplace. These days, it's all done. It's being done constantly while you're driving the car.
Based on the temperature.
Based on a lot of factors. How much throttle application you've got, how much, where you are in the rev range, how much fuel you need, how much fuel you're asking from the throttle, etc., etc. It's constantly changing. Whereas before it was, you lived with it.
But this class as well, you've got a few choices of what you can go for. In one car, we had a great chat with Chris from Amspeed on the number 73 crew, and talking about how sometimes you get a car that you might build up from scratch, but in other cars you get a base to work from, and then you've got to optimize it, and the team have got to figure out how do we get this within the rule set, how do you get it ready for competition. And
well, there's some very interesting engineering on that number 7. It is 77, isn't it? Did you say 77?
It's 73.
73.
Yeah.
There was some very interesting information. The previous owner had a CNC company, and so there was lots of additions to the car. Even the rear view mirror was on a billeted piece of aluminium as a mount, which was very interesting. And they took ownership of the car, possession of the car for the current owner, and from the ground up restored the car back to running order and effectively re-engineered to the way that they wanted to engineer the BMW. But visually, aesthetically, it is a period car. It's a continuation. It's not a continuation of anything particular, but it certainly takes us back in the Peter Auto time machine, let's call it.
Yeah, it is, and it is an ever-changing time machine too. And you mentioned about the skill of getting the car ready in that time. You look at also the superstar drivers you had to put in the car if you wanted to win. You look at the RS 2600 Capris. You think, look at the list of drivers who drove them: Jochen Mass, Stuck, Klaus Ludwig, Helmut Marko, Rolf Stommelen, Graham Hill, John Surtees, Gerard LaRousse.
That was in the times when
top drivers.
Well, it's kind of like a catch-22. All of those drivers you've mentioned there had careers at the very, very top of the sport, which is arguably Formula One. And in those days, they weren't paid the kind of sums of money that we see current-day Formula One drivers. The way that they would bolster their, some drivers in Formula One were on prize fund share, and that's how they made their living. That's how they paid their mortgages. So to bolster that income from driving Formula One cars, it's hard to imagine, isn't it? One moment the Spanish Grand Prix, the next minute you're at Jarama driving a Group 2 Capri, that's how they did it. And so you are a racing driver in those days. Even the top level racing drivers were hired guns. So if you've got the opportunity to rent your car or hire a driver to drive your car, whatever team you may be, and he just happens to be Jochen Mass, that's kind of a win-win, isn't it? I would imagine that you would have had to pay their wages, but there would have been nowhere near Formula One wages, but a fee that would bolster their income was why they raced everything and tried to race every weekend.
A little bit of an off-track moment for the Mark 1 Escort, dipping at least 2 wheels, if not all 4, onto the exit gravel at Villeneuve chicane. Quite a few drivers have come a cropper there. Easy to bite off a little bit more than one can chew. The number 49 third place car of Guillaume Maha comes through ahead of the BMW Italia Group A machine. So it's just so different. You think you see the different eras on track right there. You know, a group, what could be entered as a Group 5 sports car in the BMW Leader CSL, and then a much more closer to road spec Group A touring car. Very, very big contrast. I mean, the Group 5 regulations particularly they're one of my favourite eras actually, because you took a car it's recognisable to the road product, but then it's pumped up to its absolute maximum in terms of bodywork, the big flared arches and the big rear wings. And you look at the Porsche 935, which started from the 930 Turbo road car base, and then the arches could be grown, the wings out the back of it. And what was interesting as well is that because with the 911 the front fenders were free and the lights were within the front fenders, so that was where the flat nose was created. And we're going to see some of those coming up in not the next race. The next race is Endurance Racing Legends 2, but the race after that, Porsche 935s a go in that one.
Group 5 as a sports car category included what was effectively Group 2 saloon cars, which became Group 5. Group 5 sports cars, production-based sports cars, up to 5 litres. And then I think it was the early 70s, they brought the engine size down to 3 litres, and they lasted until 1982. I mean, that was the sports car category. That was superseded by Group C.
It was, yeah.
And I remember the Le Mans the 1981 Le Mans, my very first visit to Le Mans as a spectator. The amount of classes you had there. I mean, in comparison, you had about 13 classes. I mean, somebody I'm sure on Google will tell me exactly how many. It just felt like you had so many classes. And it was kind of a beautiful mix, because what's not to like about a flame-spitting Capri going through Acqua Minerale and up the hill towards the Variante Alta?
Providing it's only spitting flame when it's meant to.
When that was meant to, on the overrun there, just as he lifted off to take the corner.
Do you know, this morning when we came in and I had to nip back because I'd left my phone in the Benz, they were warming up some of the Alphas. And you forget, don't you, in this modern world, of going and just pushing a button or turning a key and setting off, even in performance cars now. And there they were, warming up these cars. And what hit me was not the exhaust noise, was the intake noise and the spitting back.
The carburettor intake.
Correct. The carburettor and the spitting back through the carburettor, which I'm sure would have been Delautos on those rather than Weber's on those little Alphas. And I just thought, I've missed that.
And there's a lot of not running any air filters.
Exactly.
Just straightforward trumpets that are just sucking that air. You can't, that engine's, you can't give that engine enough air.
And it was just that little, do you remember how they used to sort of spit back up?
Yeah, of course. I've got many a singed eyebrow off twin 45 to Weber's flipping spitting back and burning me face. Because you've got your head in it, looking to see if there's any petrol going in. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, there it is. It's ignited.
So this has settled down again back at the front of the field, and everybody's cycled back through, Peter.
That's right. Sebastian Glasser's been really, really strong in that Vorsteiner Schnitzer liveried 3-litre CSL BMW, and got up to the front and pulling away from Maxime Guéna in the Ford Capri RS 3100, excuse me, with Guillaume Maha in third, 16 seconds away from the lead in his 3-litre CSL.
Guillaume has not really recovered from the start. He was on pole, and he dropped back to 5th or 6th, and he came back up to 4th, and he's just edging back up again now. But these cars are so evenly matched at the front of the field. A 60-second time penalty. This is a further time penalty for that number 14 car that was penalised. Oh, that's the Yves Vogler car. He's in the pits now, disrespecting the race director's instruction on a steward's decision. A couple of cars with pit stops out of window, which will not affect the lead battle. Daniel Hager and
Marcus Anderson.
Yes, Marcus Anderson.
143 RS. It's happened in each and every race, hasn't it? We haven't had a completely clean race in terms of pit stop windows and and getting that just
pit stop times,
times, etc. Yeah, so getting all that right is trip to 1 or 2 up.
If you weren't with us at the start of this race, as we've had another incident at that's at Villeneuve, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the Alphas going off the road. Didn't quite catch the number on it. It's one of the Alpha GTA AMs.
If you weren't with us at the start of this race, I urge you to watch the highlight reel that we'll have at the end of this race, because the early running with the top 6 or 7 all together coming over the top of the brow, just incredible images from our team here on site, and thank you to our camera operators as well as the team in the truck and whoever's doing the highlight edits is doing a cracking job as well. Very impressive. And it is as bright and shiny and beautiful and all of those colours here at Imola, as you can see on your screens in HD. It is absolutely glorious. Just a tiny little bit of wispy cirrus cloud coming over, but it's still 30 Celsius in the air and 47 on the track now. That is really torturous for the tyres.
It is, yeah, and we've seen it in several races where performance can drop off quite quickly if the tyres get overheated. I think, I'll tell you what, Imola must be a glorious place to come and race in the autumn time when the fall colours come through. It's such a leafy place.
Well, the only problem that you can get here is that many leaves blowing around at the block-up inlet.
Oh, no, well, that's not so good. That's not so good.
It happens at Monza as well sometimes.
Speaking of Hermitite.
There it is.
A Hermitite Capri, not a Hermitite BMW. Oh. So we said, why are we talking about Hermitite if you just joined us? Well, John Fitzpatrick, who raced for the Hermitite team in Group 5 sports cars, which the BMW 3-litre CSL competed in.
Absolutely incredible. That's Armand Mille. That's Guillaume May, who was...
no, you're right, the first one.
No, it's right, it was Armand Mille.
Yeah. In Cologne Capri.
Yeah, with the big arches.
And a big proper splitter at the front, and
that's a 3-1. That's an RS31.
Yep.
I have raced an RS31, but not the big arched car, and it was great fun.
Yeah, the excuse me, the Equipe Europe team running that car, running several cars. They've got in their garage. They've got 3.1 RS Capris. They've got CSL BMWs. They've got a 997 RSR GT3 and various other bits and pieces. A big, wide spectrum of cars that they're running. They're very, very busy.
Is that who you're going to model Mackay Bradley Racing on then? That's a nice selection there.
Might be them who it becomes rebranded as Bradley Mackay Racing.
Okay, Bradley Mackay Racing. Is it Bradley Mackay now or Mackay Bradley?
No, it's always been Bradley Mackay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like someone who would play outside half for Kelso.
Or a dodgy no-win, no-fee solicitors. Have you been in an accident? Call Bradley and Mackay.
Down to the last couple of minutes here, and Sebastian Glazer, it's not comfortable. He cannot afford to make a mistake in that Warsteiner car. And fair play to Armand Mille, leaning on that Capri with those distinctive gold, black and red stripes of Hermitite. There'll be people watching who don't know what Hermitite is.
Go on.
So you don't know what Hermitite is?
Not really, no.
So it was sort of a what's the word I'm looking for? They made sort of tubes that with gaskets and sealants and lock nuts in and things like that, amongst other things.
So they tighten things up. Is it like Loctite?
I tried not to use that deliberately, but sort of. And it was it's been used in cars for a very, very long time.
And a cool livery. Clearly, whoever did their colour schemes knew what they were doing. So just into coming towards the last minute of the race now, with Sebastian Glaser in cruise control at the wheel of his BMW 3-litre CSL. The big wide arches, flames spitting out the side. And watching this car going around, it's just making me thirsty for a can of Vorsteiner. And the cans are that colour.
Yeah, no, well, that's where they got their livery from. Obviously, that was so. Best known for their sealing compound, Hermatite. They did other bits and pieces as well, but it came in a tube like a toothpaste tube, if I remember rightly. I'm trying to find an image to show you, and I've failed. The internet has absolutely failed me, because it's putting up hematite, which is an ore.
It's E. It's not got an A in it. That's maybe why.
There you go. That's just because I can't type on anything else. There you go. So, sealing compounds, things around your exhausts, all that kind of stuff, and gasket compound, all of that sort of stuff.
Every day is a school day, especially at a Peter Otto event. Every lap is a school day here.
We all had in our toolkit that you used to have to carry in your car, we all had a tube of Hermatite Red, because it was the sort of a bit of everything. Well, there's the BMW 1976 at Silverstone, the 3.5 litres.
Yeah, beat the Porsches there. Jackie X stalled on the grid or damaged the clutch on the grid, and BMW won that day in that Hermatite car. Final lap then, as Sebastian Glaser comes around towards Ravazza for the final time. It's been a perfect run so far, and a little bit muddled with the safety car, but
didn't lose his head though, did he?
No, he did not.
Heritage Touring Cup here at Imola-Classic goes to BMW, beating the hordes of Fords. So it's Munich that triumphs over, I suppose you would say, Cologne for those cars. As the two RS 2600s were very much a European project. So just unofficially the results then. Seb Glaser wins it for BMW ahead of Ford, Maxime Gunat, Guillaume May, Paul Sitter in third from Amonville. Gunther Schindler coming through into fifth in that number 74 car that he shares, or shared, should I say it, with Michael Kammerman. And we'll get these cars into the pit lane.
And we've got a true expert to join us. Seb Perez has come to join us.
I don't know about that. I'm just enjoying the aircon in here. It's lovely.
You didn't enjoy your last race at all, did you? I could tell by the way that you were struggling with that car. But you were just Did you manage not to have a smile on your face at any point during that race?
Not really, no. It was fantastic. It's great fun. I mean, what a circuit for those sort of cars, especially on the Dunlop, moving around all the time, and lots of curb usage as well. So no, really good fun.
Well, you're used to going sideways. Your family is as happy on gravel and dirt as it is on the track. And you get that from your dad. Was there absolutely any opportunity for you not to be involved in motor racing when you were growing up?
Not really. In some capacity, I was always going to be involved in it. I mean, yeah, like you said, I sort of came up around it and was stood in a gravel forest in Wales from a very young age, and yeah, sort of got dragged up in it. But I'm not complaining at all. It's a great place to be, and yeah.
Is your dad here this week?
He's not. No, he's. I think he's at home actually. But yeah,
he'll probably be watching then. I haven't seen your dad for very many years, so please pass on my basis when you see him. You've come in at the wrong time because this touring car race was absolutely incredible.
Oh, if only I'd known. But I was sort of half watching it on my phone. I've just had some lunch, but yeah, trying to see what was going on. But yeah, Seb Glaciers looks like he's won anyway.
He has.
He's been in dominant form. But coming up, of course, we've got the Endurance Racing Legends 2, lots of GT2s, etc. Looking forward to that. See if the Ferraris, they weren't headed yesterday, were they? They were both Ferraris at the front, very, very strong indeed.
What's your thoughts on the format of these weekends, Seb? You know, we were talking with Mark, the boss of the series there earlier on, about how this part of motorsport, and it is a part of motorsport, how this has changed and how it's moving forward now. A lot of people will think that this will be a lot of old blokes like me driving around in cars that they wanted to drive around in when they were much younger. If I may say so, you're a bit at the younger end of the thing. What brought you into this form of motorsport and these Peter Auto events?
I mean, to be honest, as you said, I think there's a lot of people that come in, have bought some nice cars and want to come and enjoy racing them, but for me, I've been very lucky. I've done some top level racing, I've done some top level rallying, but these weekends are just so enjoyable. And unfortunately, when you do professional racing, some of that you sometimes forget, and you almost forget how enjoyable these weekends are. And then you're skidding around in an Alfa at 9 o'clock in the morning at Imola, and you're like, okay, I really enjoy this sport now. And it's not always the case, but I think it really helps.
Can you stay with us?
Yes.
Stay with us. We're going to review what's just happened in the Heritage Touring Car Cup.
So coming up next, we have the Endurance Racing Legends 2 paddock. They have a 40-minute race. That's next, coming up very shortly.